What is going on, everyone? Welcome to Rip City Retro. I'm Eric Brandt, and I finally have Rich Finley. I don't know which way to point. I finally have Rich Finley here with me. He probably won't be on for very long, but he wanted to come on and at least share some thoughts while he could for a little bit. So I'm very excited to have you here, Rich. We have a lot to talk about, obviously, with all the things that happened yesterday and this morning, and all the things that hopefully will come with this free agency period about to begin in about 8 minutes. Um, yeah, so how are you doing, Rich? Good to see you.
I'm good. It's good to see you too. I really like he's probably not going to be here for long. Like his brain will eventually like crap out over time, and it's true. But it's great to be here. Thank you so much for letting me be on your channel. I appreciate it so
Ha.
much. My goodness, it's like to be a guest in your own house is kind of weird. But you've been doing an awesome job with all the solo streams lately and things like that. So, I at the very least was like, man, we got so many little housekeeping things that I've wanted to talk to you about, but we haven't really been able to. We got a new coach, and we have like 5 point guards, which is great and just ideal. This is an example, Eric, of how when a movie comes out in Hollywood and they're like Hollywood learns all the wrong lessons,
Mhm.
that kind of thing. The NBA is exactly the same way, and now that Jaylen Brunson has proven that a small guard can lead a team to an NBA championship, Cronin has just decided, well, what if we had five? What if you had five? So, yeah, we'll talk about it, obviously. And by the way, congratulations on your NBA Finals pick of the Finals ending in 5 games.
Oh, yeah.
Uh, you
So,
called that. Good job by you.
yeah, you called that the Knicks were going to win. I called in the right amount of
Yeah,
games, so yeah.
yeah, exactly.
I
Like
think
you
that's a
said,
wash.
You said Spurs in 5, and I said Knicks in 6. And between the two of us, we nailed it.
Yes.
So, but anyway, but great to see you. And you got to drop the good news on me today that Rob re signed with us, which I was not feeling like was going to happen last night. So, thank you for that bit of good news. Hello to everybody in the chat. It's great to see everybody. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Eric, since you've been live streaming, I think the subscribership of the channel has doubled since the end of the playoffs. So great job by you. Thanks to everybody for supporting, and it's just great to see everybody.
Yeah, I'm just having fun, man. It's Blazers finally gave us something to talk about yesterday, which is good. Other than that, it was
Was it
just
was it good?
well,
Was it good?
I'm it was entertaining, right? Like trading for Jaw is definitely entertaining. So we have that going for
Oh,
us.
so real quick before I forget. So remember your theory that Cronin may be low key sabotaging everything, right?
Yeah,
So if we find out that Cronin has given front row tickets to Jaw's dad and his boys could travel with the team, conspiracy theory confirmed on your part.
not quite. I don't think many
We
people
will know.
know about this publicly, other than if you're in the Discord. But yeah, I don't think this does anything to change it. It could definitely be a wow. I got a good player for not giving up any of my precious picks, and he wanted to run it back, and is basically going to be able to do that. Plus Jaw, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't expect that to be the case. They need to make a move with one of those guards, and we'll see which one is the odd man out. But I don't think they're all going to be able to survive together.
Yeah.
Get to we've had a couple of super chats already.
Oh,
First
cool.
was by Poke Elias. What's up, man? Glad you're here. He had a $20 donation. Says thanks for all the entertainment these last few days. Really glad you were still making content. Have fond memories of meeting you at a watch party and being part of the post game show. Yeah, that was really cool. And I know Rich won't be able to do this, but now that I am have reign to do what I want to do, that was something that was really important to me. Those meetups and if it's just like watching a game at a pizza place or something, and then just hanging out or just getting together and shooting some hoops or something. For those of you that live in the area, that's something I definitely want to do more of as a community, and just have like events where, we build that bond together as Blazer fans, and maybe even all go to a game together or something. So yeah, it'll be really exciting doing stuff like that more in the future. But it was also awesome to meet you in the past, and hope to see you again sometime soon. And then Rare
And if you
Nathan.
have not, by the way, side note, if you have not had the opportunity to meet Eric Brandt in person, he he is an enormous man. Well, I mean, he's right here. You could just take a look at him. But yes, I am 6'2", and when Eric was here last year, by the way, Eric, that's almost been a year now
I know, it's crazy.
since we met in person. It's crazy. But yeah, I felt like a little baby when Eric gave me a hug. So yeah, if you have an opportunity to meet the human teddy bear, you really should do it.
Well, yeah, we should at some point this summer we'll post a picture of us together.
To show that it really happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so 2 minutes away from free agency is about to start. But anyways, Rare Nathan had a $5 donation as well. Says you're glowing today, Eric. Go Blazers. I think that's just my lighting, but yeah. Hey man, it's been fun. The draft will always be fun to me because I just enjoy the process of it, the building of teams, the fits of players. I enjoy watching college games and figuring out who's good and all that kind of stuff. So I do enjoy that part of it, but to sit there for like 8 hours and not have a single Blazer thing happen over 2 days, like it wasn't bad. It's just like, oh man, can we please just get a second round pick, like the 58th pick traded for or something, or sign an undrafted two-way guy, we signed like an
Yeah.
exhibit 10 guy like an hour after I went off the air, but not an actual two-way guy yet. So
Yeah.
it was like, come on, get something. And then yesterday was basically all about us, right? After that jaw trade. And so now we have free agency about to start in 1 minute. I think the list of Blazer targets is pretty small in free agency if they're going to sign someone. I think it's a forward, and it's got to be like in a group of Dean Wade, uh, John Collins, Rui Hachimura. Maybe you can include uh, blanking on Tobias Harris, who had an okay year with Detroit last year. Um, I don't know. They need some sort of forward to replace Jeremy Grant's production off the bench in the rotation. A lot of people think Marvin Bagley would be a good fit. I'm not fond of that. I mean, maybe if you could get him cheap as like, a fourth or fifth forward, maybe. But we also have the ability to use that mid-level exception to trade for anyone making under $15 million. So yeah.
I mean, Collins is the dream there, right? I mean, how are you like if you had your pick, who would you want
I mean, Collins
that
would
would
be
take
good.
that would take the money?
I think Collins would fit really well. I just have a feeling he's going to get the MLE somewhere else in more of a starting or a bigger guaranteed role. So
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if he signed here for the MLE under those circumstances. I mean, he could re-sign um, he could re-sign in LA now. They have a spot for him still. So um, real quick,
What were
I see a question. Whose
go ahead.
channel is this? This is Rich and my channel. We started it a few years ago just so we could talk about old school NBA Blazers stuff. We had some videos like our most heartbreaking moments as Blazer fans and all that kind of stuff. So if you're interested in any of that, you can find it on this channel. I need to clean it up a little bit and make it easier to find in like playlists and stuff.
I I
But
think I think everybody just wants to know where's the money going, and it is a 50-50 split of the channel. So no matter who does what, like if I in the future end up doing streams that Eric's not on, he still gets 50, I get 50. So like it just nice and clean. Like we're super old and super easy to work with. So
um,
it's nice and easy.
but yeah, above all that, just we don't have any sort of like leadership structure. We're just this is both of our channels.
Yes,
It's
it is
there's
rudderless. It is
there's no
completely
dynamic or whatever.
rudderless.
But Rich, for those that don't know, has some health issues and isn't able to come on. That's why I've been soloing a lot lately. But
Yeah.
uh, yeah, so great to have you guys here. Free agency has started. Feel free to post anything you hear from any sort of rumors from any of the top places. Please try not to get ball sacked though. It's like sucks when you have to like verify stuff, which I almost had to do with the jaw thing until I see like 20 different people and like people that I know wouldn't be like trying to mess with me. Like, and I'm like, okay, that's really real then. But like, you can see my reaction yesterday. I'm just kind of like, what?
What was the situation that we had one time where I gave you, oh, it was the thing about Wemby being out for game 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on the phone with you and I was like, "Oh yeah, he's been ruled out," because I heard some radio guy say, "Oh yeah, he's just been ruled out." And then you ended up texting me and you said you ball sacked me. And I was like, "Excuse me?
Yeah.
I have a brain injury, but I do not remember this." What? And then you had to explain to me what that means.
Right. Yeah, so Rich texted me like all caps like Wemby's out for game 3 or whatever, and I was
No,
like,
that was a phone call. That was a phone call, I think.
no, it was a text. It was a text
Oh,
because
okay.
I was
All
at
right,
work.
all right, all
Yeah,
right.
and
Okay.
so I rushed like I'm rushing through my work, get home. I'm like, I need to stream. Like Wemby's out. So I put out a video about like Dame possibly being back and Wemby out and all this stuff, and I'm all excited, and then I like
Spurs haven't made a decision yet.
like
Okay, good.
after that I was like, okay, yes, I feel really good about this, whatever, nice video. And then I see all these people like, where are you seeing that Wemby's confirmed now? And I was like, well, Rich told me he was for sure. He officially ruled out is what you said. And and then I was like, that hasn't been confirmed yet or whatever. And I was like, oh man. And so yeah, it ended up being true, I guess. So it worked out.
That's right.
But I had no like inside information on that. I was just Rich like jumping the gun a little bit because he heard it on a radio station.
And see, this was a lesson for me in working with somebody regularly as a co-host, because if it were me and I just heard a radio guy say it, like if I was going to go on stream and like put my name on it, I would go and like research and double check and things like that. I was texting Eric, my friend, in that he's out for game 3, not realizing that, oh no, this little birdie is going to go and stream this. And like, wait a second, like I should have checked that. So I felt bad after that. I was like, I have to filter everything through. Everything I may tell you may make it on a live stream. So I'm having to be careful of that.
Well, I was like, I mean, why would you tell me he's officially ruled out if you didn't see
Right,
it?
right,
Like,
right.
and I didn't have time
Yeah.
to like go back and because like a lot of the chats I'm in, if I'm like coming from work or whatever, I have like hours of stuff to read back through to make sure. So I was just like, oh, okay, like, yeah, but it would end up working out.
So yes,
Rockets,
feel free to give us news, just not the ball sack stuff. Go
all
ahead,
right,
Eric.
Rockets are apparently trying to offer Marcus Smart 3 years, $21 million. Detroit's saying they're trying to give Duran the most lucrative contract possible. Rahi says whatever that means. And then Great Bait follows that up with that would be 4 years, 177.
Wow.
Detroit, I don't think is willing to offer their max 5 years. And
Okay.
then Walker Kessler was seen by TMZ landing in LA earlier today. Um, they all of a sudden have a lot of cap room to play with because
Yeah, sure.
they do not have one LeBron James anymore. So there might be,
Uh,
yeah.
we're gonna
That was,
suffer. We're gonna suffer through another decision.
and
Like
then
just
Landon
mm,
says that Detroit is saying they'd match anything and will not help him sign and trade. So
okay.
yeah. Um, but yeah, I don't know if that's just them posturing or what, but um, I mean that's the most he can get from another team. Obviously, Detroit does not want to give him more than that. But is Braun a Blazer? I think there's like a less than 1% chance, but it was said that he asked his agent to field offers from every team interested. I don't know if you heard this, Rich.
I heard that. I feel like
And
it's
that
just
LeBron will
it's a
whittle those
smoke
down
screen.
to the best ones or whatever. But
I
yeah,
mean,
so
if we did it, it would increase our guard play because we would take on Bronny as well. So
um, the only I don't really have any like honestly after the Jaw trade, I don't really know what to think anymore. Um, and then obviously Jason Quick was fed some misinformation last night. He tried to very backpedal that today by
oh,
saying,
we
"Oh,
did.
well, it was still a discussion or whatever." Like they were just thinking that he would move on. But he said that Rob Will wasn't the Blazers weren't going to resign Rob Will, and
Yeah.
then he also said that that was where I texted you saying that Quick put in his article that the Blazers are totally comfortable with 4 point guards and can use Drew at other positions and think that that can work out or whatever. So that part of it, I don't know, man. I don't know what to believe. Things I hear or whatever.
Yeah.
I've heard nothing concrete to make it to like, wow, this is believable or anything. So I have no idea what's going to happen. But um, the thing is, I did hear that the John Morant trade was, I mean,
Before,
well,
right?
getting him was important. Like that is a part of the equation. Like they obviously um, are hoping he bounces back and is a really good player or whatever. But I was told that the majority of that trade was they just had no luck with any teams trying to move Grant without attaching a pick. And Grant's not the kind of guy who's going to gain value after, like, he had a decent year last year after a kind of a down year.
Yeah, a
But
little bit
like
of a bounce back. Yeah.
best case scenario, he averages like 20 points and shoots 40% from the field, like he did 2 years ago, or 3 seasons ago now. But that his value wasn't that high that summer either after doing that. So they just wanted to get off of his contract, and now you get a contract with potentially a better player, possibly, but you also have the potential if Ja is anywhere close to getting anything back, his value in a trade moving forward, especially as he becomes an expiring pick next year, has the chance to increase into actual value versus
Yeah.
Jeremy's, who's never going to really be more than an expiring contract moving forward. So
Yeah.
that was kind of the basis of doing the deal, even more so than the fit or anything like that. And I guess that makes sense. I mean, Ja does make a little bit more. I talked about this on the stream earlier. The Blazers, after re-signing Rob, are sitting at about 186 million. The tax line is 201 million, so that's almost exactly the amount between where they're sitting in the tax line for the MLE. Now they do have 2 roster spots to fill at least. They can fill up to 3 roster spots. So Blazers just put themselves to get a player that is a former MVP, is still 26 years old, or not MVP, but like MVP type level player,
Yeah.
all NBA type
Yeah.
player, and is still 26 years old. Definitely has the potential to bounce back at some point. So better player, same length of contract, but possibly better trade in the future, but also might help them win better if he's really good. So, all that kind of combines to why they made the trade. But I still don't like making that trade and figuring things out later. I'm fine with making the trade if you have your follow up already kind of mapped out on what your course of action is. So we'll see as we go into this new calendar year or league year for the NBA if that plan like pans out or if Joe gets kind of stuck with lowering the value of potentially some of his guards in trades and not really knowing what to do.
Yeah, I agree. I think we talked about this morning. Uh, I just said I can't remember a Blazer trade in which we so, in my opinion, like wholeheartedly win the trade,
Yeah.
but then come away from it going, but is this good? Like, does this help?
Yeah.
So, like, that's kind of a weird place to be at for us. Like, typically, we're doing like the Norm and Rocco trades and things like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I look, Ja is still so young. I mean, it's kind of crazy to see where his career trajectory has gone. But he's only 26, gonna be 27 before the start of the season. But that's still really young. And for a guy, who, I mean, we don't know what kind of effect being traded away from a place where you were essentially given the keys to the kingdom there. Um, I like the idea that a player of Ja's caliber. Now, obviously, the outside shooting is terrible, and that's not going to significantly improve. You're just going to have to deal with that. But a guy like that, coming off a couple of years where you've taken a lot of hits, self-inflicted wounds, but you've taken a lot of hits, and maybe a fresh start, maybe being around somebody like Dame. Dame always gets that moniker or that pressure of, oh well, Dame will fix it, you know. But I don't know. I mean, I'm now that he's here. I mean, I'm hopeful and optimistic. But obviously, like you said, something's got to shake out to start to have this make sense. Obviously, you've talked about already the defensive issues that a backcourt like that creates, and I'm not crazy about it, obviously, but I think it really depends on what we're looking like 3 through 5, and if there is another big move for us to make, then I think that will maybe help us, have a truly have our heads around what a Dame Ja backcourt means. But yeah, just absolutely crazy trade yesterday. So, um, has there been anything new since like last night about this move, just moving us off any Jaylen Brown pursuit?
Well,
Because that was the word yesterday, and like I still look at it based on what you've said on your stream yesterday, that we still have the pieces in place to make a deal work if we wanted to. But I did see a report today that was Boston is having to come to terms with the fact that they may not end up getting everything that they're asking for Jaylen Brown, which I thought the asking price was like 4 firsts and then salary and et cetera, et cetera. So just kind of throwing all that at you, like, do you think they're still in contention for Jaylen, or what do you think?
Um, I'd be surprised if they went that route. Um, I mean, they still have the best offer on the table, uh,
Yeah.
and so I can't rule it out completely. Um, but yeah, just it seems like I don't know. It just seems like they're I don't know, frustrated is the right word, but they're sitting there with the best possible offer by far more than any other team is offered.
Do you feel like that's a situation Brown can, we see this many times where a superstar is disgruntled and then he's back with the team in training camp. Maybe they give it a little bit of a look and a go, and then maybe by the trade deadline they end up pulling the trigger. But sometimes there are situations that are so volatile that you're like, okay, we can't have this guy back in training camp. Like, we've got to figure something out. Is Brown the type of player that you think, number one, can, but number two, do you think that the Celtics view him as someone that they can bring back into the fold, or is this thing kind of too far gone? Like, even if they don't see what they want out there in the trade market, do you think that they look at it like, okay, but we've got to cut ties here because this is a problem coming back? Like, we've already made our choice between these two guys with Tatum, and we just can't bring this guy back to the team because of his personality, because of the streaming and all that kind of stuff. Like, do you think they reach a point where they're like, we just got to cut bait at some point?
See, that's tough because I don't think Boston can survive like just giving him away for a couple firsts and salary fillers. Like I don't think that helps them maintain like a contending window, right? Especially now with
Yeah.
this Toronto trade today with Kawhi going back to Toronto. So they're obviously going to be a step up from when they were where they were last year, as assuming Kawhi is relatively healthy. It's yet to be determined how Miami fills out their roster, but they add Giannis, so that's another team that potentially could be contending. You already saw New York win a championship in your conference, and then you lost to Philly. You were up 3-1 and blew that lead. So if they're trading Jaylen Brown, I can understand why they needed certain things to warrant trading him. But I don't know. Like, he's such a different kind of guy. I
Yeah.
don't know if because that's going to play into it too. But when everything settles, he's still owed what, like $180 million or something like that over the
I
next
think
3 years.
that's right. Yeah. 60
So
mil. Yeah.
like I don't see how, if Boston's just like, okay, we'll try to make it work, it's going to be super awkward, and Jaylen Brown is not going to be happy, and he's going to probably pout a little bit. But I mean, he's not going to not show up and like get fined and lose any of that money. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I think it is salvageable just because of that. I mean, you see it in the NFL a lot with like holdouts and stuff, where it seems like they'll never go back to a certain team, and then they end up doing it just because they don't really have any option not to. So they could kind of force Jaylen Brown's hand back to them, but I don't know if that's also best for them to have him, around moping and not really happy there. So
Yeah.
I don't know what the solution is, but I know this isn't helping their trade value for him. Like, it's not going to help them get their asking price by what's happening. And the longer this goes on, I think the less likely it'll be for them to get anywhere close to what they need for him. And
Do you do you think the Eastern Conference getting stronger with Kawhi going back to Toronto? Obviously, Giannis was in the East, but not on a contender. Now moving to Miami. Not that they're necessarily a contender, but they're relevant again. Um, do you think the East getting stronger makes it harder or easier for the Celtics to maybe look around at the landscape of the league and say, you know what? Okay, maybe we cut our losses a little bit here and really lean into the draft capital and maybe, allow Tatum like a full year to kind of ease himself back into it, and maybe you allow some of these older teams, to kind of take the baton for the next year or two while you try to reload on young talent? Or do you think because the East is so competitive, Boston has been used to being so competitive for so many years, do you think it just makes it more likely that they continue to try to stay in contention?
um, so I think they want it both ways. So the
Don't we all?
the owner, obviously, after they won a championship, it was surprising that the owner then put the team up for sale, or the majority ownership,
Mm-hmm.
and that was because he foresaw the apron situation in the NBA and what it cost a team to stay in the second apron and add a bunch of salary. So he was worried about the long term viability of these rosters for a championship level team moving forward. And it's not like baseball where you can have a team like the Rays who just make a bunch of really smart decisions and build a farm system and always have a competitive team, but never really have to pay to have a competitive team. So
Mm-hmm.
the the Celtics were coming into a situation where they had to either spend like an exorbitant amount of money with these two max contracts. They had also they had the max contracts of Porzingis and Drew Holiday on their roster at the same. Well, not really maxes, but large contracts. Um, so they had all these big contracts, and so they had to kind of figure out what they were going to do. And then they also had Tatum being injured last year, probably out for most of the year, going into last offseason. That kind of made it. That kind of made it so they could take a step back last year and get kind of fiscally responsible. But I think they want to get the best possible team and still stay in that championship window while also being at like worst the first apron team and not into that second apron. So I think they still look at it like if we get a bunch of quality in replace of Jaylen Brown, we can make up for like not having his star potential or whatever by having
Mm-hmm.
just like a quality team around. And that's kind of what they did when they won the championship. It was just, you had Brown and Tatum and a bunch of really good role players.
Right.
But then they started having to pay all of them. You have to extend Derek White for $30 million, and they got kind of lucky with the Pritchard deal being, I think it's only like $7 million or something. So they made a way to do it. So they think they can. That's why I said all along that I don't think there are players like Jalen Duren or Walker Kessler, even though those guys would be really good for them, and they need a big time center. And Klingon would have been perfect for them because he's on a rookie deal and stuff. So I think they're looking for players like Klingon and picks that can both help them now and help them be like a financially responsible team. But I don't think they think that they're out of any sort of contention window, even with trying to do that.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Hey, guys in the live chat are
Yeah. Yeah,
posting,
let me
a couple of signings. So if you want to get to those, and there's also a couple of super chats too.
Yeah, so Ousmane Dieng, it was kind of surprising that the team didn't pick up his option, the Bucks, but he re-signs for them for a 3-year deal, 17.5 million. Obviously, just trying to get him locked up. Had a, I wouldn't say resurgence, but played okay for them after signing, after getting cut and traded last year. So, um, they bring him back, kind of a young player, still some potential, but I mean, who knows? There's a lot of players you can say that about, but a 3-year, 17 million isn't too bad. And then DeAndre Jordan's back to New Orleans. Um, yeah, like why?
Still playing.
Yeah, still playing. I guess I'm assuming that's a minimum contract, but
Gotta be.
I think Looney's gone, so I'm assuming just center depth. But yeah, kind of weird.
Yeah.
And then I didn't see the terms of this, and only one person has posted it, but Simone Fontecchio, that's how I say it. I know it's Fontecchio. But a lot of, or there, he apparently is re-signing with Miami, which is
Okay.
good for them. They needed some shooting back. So if anyone has the terms to that, that'd be great, because he's more of a forward shooter too, so that would have been someone, if Portland just wanted to sign a shooter, that might have been an option for them. So
Yeah.
yeah. As for the super chats, we got well, Trevor Schindler with a $5 one. What's up, Trevor? He also donated in the stream earlier. Appreciate you. He says, "Welcome home, Rich."
Thanks, Trevor. I saw your super chat, and I've also seen you like supporting the solo streams with Eric and stuff like that. So it's great to see you. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And then Free Throw Guy with a $5 donation says, "If we played the season out with today's roster, how many games are we winning?" Also, good to see you, Rich.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. I'll go first. The roster as it is right now, I would probably give us like a 47-35 finish. Thoughts on that?
What did you say? 45?
No, I said 47-35
Oh,
record.
okay. I caught the beginning and the end of it. Apparently.
Yeah, sorry. 47 wins.
So, Trevin says the Fontecchio one, Fontecchio, was 8 a.m. this morning. Sorry. Missed it after just super focused on the Rob Will one. Anyways, yeah, I don't think that's off. It's just we're really, really thin in the front court still, even
Oh, yeah.
after re-signing Rob. So I don't think we have the depth in the front court to sustain any sort of injuries. So we need some forward depth still, and obviously it's hard to say a team that's with an unfinished roster. I think you're probably right. I mean, you get anything from Jaw, you can still win games, even with the small lineup, and even if you're playing 4 guards and a center. I still think that this team would be good enough to win some games more than they lose. It's just not ideal, like for any sort of playoff or success against good teams.
Yeah, I think it would be one of those kind of rosters that's like catch us on the wrong night, and we'll blow your doors off. But you might blow our doors off. Like, so it would be one of those kind of, it'd be one of those kind of teams, but still, a good 11 to 12 games over 500 because you have so much talent with Dame and Jaw, and so yeah. But I feel like as the roster is currently constructed, I feel like 46, 47 would be about right. So.
Yeah. West is suggesting a signing that would be worse than the Blazers already having the worst all-time signing in the history of the NBA. That's Keldon Blevins. Yeah, I am not even better than Keldon Blevins, so please don't sign me. I mean, sign me, please. I just will not help you win any games. Tim Hardaway Jr. is signing with the Miami Heat. They get a floor spacer wing, so
Yeah, it's not a surprise. That
get
had
some
been
shooting
kicked
there.
around a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, the question is, are they going to get him and Beal? So you have like two of those guys, or
Oh, I know. I saw the Beal stuff yesterday. That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. It appears as if Norman Powell's gone. It's kind of crazy. You get him for very little last year. He becomes an all star, and then um, yeah, then you're done with him, I guess.
I'm just reading Shaggy Squid saying, I heard Raymond Felton wants to make an NBA return. Blazers, maybe? Oh, Shaggy.
That would be the worst team for him to return to, probably, unless he wants to get booed every night.
Oh, my gosh.
Who is THJ? That's Tim Hardaway Jr. But yeah, it's yeah, another guard. I mean, he's probably, I haven't seen him lately, but he's probably power forward size, right? No,
I'm
maybe,
sure.
maybe not
Yeah.
height wise, but
Poundage wise, yes.
yeah. Um, yeah, he had some words for Portland fans on his way out. So CJ Ellaby is looking for a Blazers homecoming. Yeah, he can look all he wants. Over
So,
a dozen teams are making pitches to LeBron. I'm surprised that's not 29 teams, but um, I heard even the Wizards were gonna see
make
if
it
he'd
go.
be interested because do you want to play with AD again? This
Okay,
summer.
so play this game with me in chat. You can play along. Where should LeBron go? Forget the narratives, forget like salary cap, all that kind of stuff. Just from a basketball standpoint, where should LeBron go?
Um, I mean, are we talking just where he would help the most, or where he could win a title?
Well, I mean, can't that kind of be the same?
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I think. I mean, if he went to San Antonio, OKC, or New York, I think he could win a title, but I don't really necessarily think
Oh,
any
I
of those
see.
teams
I see
needs
your
him, right?
distinction.
Yeah.
I see your distinction. I'm talking about the thing that truly puts somebody over the
Hmm.
top as a significant contributor, not just oh my gosh, what a luxury to have LeBron James. Like,
I think Minnesota would be super interesting. Um,
mhm.
I think Denver would be interesting.
Oh,
Uh,
that's interesting. Yeah.
so, like, if you're just talking like teams you wouldn't just go to ring chase, um, I think those two teams are it. Um, but I really, I really think,
You think they're going to do the geriatric thing?
yeah, I don't hate it. If you're tied to like Green and I know he opted out, but he's just doing that to give
Oh
them a
yeah.
little more flexibility. So if you're tied to Draymond Green and Steph Curry, who's now what 38, um, and all that stuff, I think it would be really cool. Just, I mean, I don't think that they win a title, but just put like an all-star lineup of has-beens, or like they're not even really has-beens. They're still quality players. You know, Steph can still
Sure.
play. LeBron, even at 41, is still an incredible player. So, um, I think it would just be fun to see that how good that team could be, even if they don't
Do
win a
you?
title.
This is what's so crazy about the league now, and like players taking care of their bodies and things like that. Do you remember when Hakeem, Clyde, and Charles Barkley got together in Houston?
Yeah,
And the oldest anybody was like 34.
yeah,
And they were like these three old guys. And I mean they weren't wrong. Like
No.
Drexler was just a couple of years away from retiring. Olajuwon, I think it was like 33 at the time. Barkley was like 33. So I think Drexler was the oldest at 34. And it was so funny because all the stories were like, can these three old guys, get the job done, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just crazy to think about where the league's at now, where you've got LeBron in his 40s, you've got Steph at 38, and they're essentially trying to do the same thing that the Rockets tried to do, 30 years ago,
Yeah.
just at significantly older ages. It's amazing the way that, players taking care of their bodies and things like that have advanced.
Yeah. So I I I just think that would be like if Golden State wants to remain relevant. I mean, they didn't make the playoffs last year. I think that's their like last shot. Just all these old guys, but I just in terms of like cool end of your career stories, I do think Cleveland has to be mentioned as well. They have a team that made the
Sure.
Eastern Conference Finals last year, and then you add LeBron back for a year or two to chase
And
one
we're
last title. So
significantly and we're significantly in desperate need of a stabilizing force.
yeah,
Just somebody to calm things down, run the show. Even
yeah,
though you've got Mitchell there, even though you've got Harden there, neither one of those guys were able to
maybe,
do it. And then of course, well, right, and and but I was talking about last year,
yeah,
but it just seemed like losing that first game of that Eastern Conference Finals against Knicks, and of course the Knicks went on to have one of the most historic runs in NBA playoff history. But after losing that game one, the Cavs, like, I mean, the wheels just fell off. So yeah, I think he, I mean, not only because of the story and the narrative and all that kind of stuff and the full circle, but I also think he's really needed there too. So
yeah.
yeah, and
But
obviously we cannot
I
have this conversation without, like, Alex Wolf would kill us if we did not
didn't
mention
mention, yeah.
Cleveland. Yes,
Well,
exactly.
I I cannot imagine a basketball team with James Harden and LeBron James on the court at the same time. And I kind of want to see it. Like, I just want to see what that looks like. Even though they're old, it's not like the same as if they were both in their primes or whatever. But it just seems
Yeah.
like such a weird combo of players. And then you throw Donovan Mitchell into there. It's
Yeah.
like, I don't know, man. I don't see how that makes them worse or anything. It's just like, that's such a
Can't you
strange
can't
mix.
isn't that just like prime LeBron bad body language moments? Like, just the like can't you
Maybe.
just see it happening with some step back three, like, early in the shot clock, and LeBron just like throwing his hands up like, what are we doing?
Yeah, maybe.
Like,
I mean, he has played with Doncic the last couple of years. Who's obviously better than Harden, but like,
yeah.
you know, similar, I guess, in terms of will take some crazy shots. But yeah, the as Tyler says in chat, the meme factory of that would be pretty
Oh
hilarious.
gosh. So uh so for you today, Eric, and again I'll kick it over to chat too because I love to see people's suggestions. What, and I guess take, like, trading for Brown out of the equation. And since today is the first day of free agency, obviously signing Rob this morning was great and a little on the unexpected side because I was worried we were going to lose him. But what is one signing that, if it happened today, that you and everybody would come away going, okay, I feel a lot better about this? Like, if you just had to pick one. Obviously, we were talking about the forwards earlier, so it's
Hmm.
probably going to be one of those guys. But who would who would be one guy where, if we came away from today with that guy, you would be happy? Same question for chat.
Well, I think if you open up to like using the MLE for as a trade exception instead of a signing, it does
Yeah,
open up the
sure.
possibility to a lot of other players like an AJ Green or someone like that to provide some shooting. But
I'm
I
seeing a
think
lot of Rui.
just I mean I keep coming back to the guys I mentioned. It's Rui, it's John Collins, maybe Dean Wade. Like just Um, John Collins is, I think, the best fit of that group because we obviously need a backup four,
Yeah.
but we also have the situation where we have Young as our third string center. If Rob or Klingon is out of a game or injured, like we don't really feel comfortable yet putting him in most likely.
Yeah.
But John can play some small ball center, so we basically have like an emergency center,
Yeah,
have the
you can
ability to play
survive.
small,
Yeah.
and then also, when he's not playing center, he's quite good in the three-man rotation for whatever we have between Denny and Tamani. So I think, I mean, I'm not the biggest John Collins guy, but I can see how that would be a good fit just in terms of trying to somewhat balance his roster. I think Dean Wade is probably the best. He's not as good of a 3-point shooter as like Rui has been, especially in the
Hmm.
playoffs. But I mean, he's capable, like 36, 37% most of his career. And he's, I think, by far the best perimeter defender out of the group. So if we want someone who's like going to kind of make up for what we're now lacking in our backcourt of John Dame, if that's our starting backcourt, I think Dean Wade does provide a lot of things we need fit and weakness wise. But like none of those guys are like the perfect. It solves our defensive problems that were created yesterday and solves our 3-point shooting issues with also which were magnified yesterday with
Yeah.
getting Joss. So I still
Yeah.
think we need a shooter and a defender. So if you somehow get that in a trade with one person, I guess like Trey Murphy would be the closest to that. Like his defense is like, I don't know. Some people think he's okay defensively. Some metrics show he's terrible defensively. But like I think in the concept of a team defense with some already good defenders, I think it would be okay. Um,
Also, you gotta think about a more competitive situation for him.
yeah.
Sometimes it's hard for
Mhm.
these guys on teams that are just losing at such a high clip.
So I keep coming back to one name. Now he makes a little more um, than the mid-level exception, so you would have to trade a player out for him. Um, but I keep coming back to PJ Washington.
Hmm.
He can
I
shoot
like
the
PJ.
ball, and he is like a lot of people don't know this, but he's a pretty dang good defender on the ball and off the ball. So, like, I think someone like that would be the perfect, and that's someone I wanted to like. If we're gonna give up both Scoot and Sharp in a Jaylen Brown trade, I wanted them to try to get him included into that to just kind of offset some of the value we're giving up. But
Hmm.
but PJ, I don't think it would cost a ton to get, but also I think helps. He's a power forward, but can guard the perimeter, can shoot a little bit, has made it to a finals now. Um, and I would have said I did mention this on stream, like a Drew for Gafford and PJ kind of made sense when we had the possibility of losing Rob. But now that we re-signed Rob, that doesn't really make as much sense. But what if they switch to PJ and Clay Thompson?
Oh, interesting.
I don't
Hmm.
know. I don't know
Hmm.
how I feel about that,
How
but
much? How much you think Clay's got left, or if anything?
I don't know. I mean, he didn't shoot the ball well last year, but
Hmm.
obviously you put him in the right situation. He's probably can be a decent shooter. They also have, as Rahi mentions, Najee Marshall, who's uh, could be a good rotational forward, but doesn't solve our shooting problem. But uh, that would be kind of like just balancing out the roster type of move. But
Mhm.
and I don't like if we traded for Clay in that situation. I don't even know how much he plays if that's our roster
Yeah,
moving forward. But
yeah.
I was just trying to think of like a move where we could get like two kind of pieces fit. Um, but PJ is the guy to me that's just a little better than Rui, a little better than John Collins. Um, he's better at both things than Dean Wade is, even if Dean Wade's probably going to be more reasonable to acquire.
Hmm. Yeah, no, I mean that's a good call. I mean, if you're looking outside of just straight free agents, yeah, PJ would be great. I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Clay is an expiring contract as well, so
Mm.
PJ's on a has 4 years left on his contract, so you'd have him at a pretty good price for 4 years too.
So, have we missed? I mean, Chad has been doing a really great job of telling us when people have signed. So, have we missed anything?
Just that, just that, Tim Hardaway Jr.'s contract is for the biennial exception, so 1 year, six something million. I think if I was reading that if they let Norm go, they might be able to use that and the full mid-level exception, so they could still potentially sign LeBron to that if they did that. But that's going to tie up some of their money, um, or one of their ways to sign someone. So I don't know if Tim Hardaway Jr. is like the best fit for them, but that's probably for that price tag, probably the best they were going to do. Oh, and
Okay.
Bones Highland re-signed in Timberwolves with the Timberwolves.
Oh, okay. I just saw a headline. The NBA Cup is moving away from Vegas and to Indianapolis now for the championship game. I don't know if you saw that.
Why? They just weren't getting enough people there.
I have no idea. I mean, I don't want to give you false information
Mm-hmm.
on a stream, but it says NBA Cup championship game will be at Butler's Hinkle Fieldhouse in Indianapolis.
Hmm. I mean, that's where they have the first four, isn't it? Like the NCAA tournament, first four.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So
Um,
no more going to Vegas. Darn it.
LeBron James will be patient and open minded in selecting his next destination, but the priority is having a realistic chance at competing for a championship. Yeah, I think that pretty obvious, but yeah. Maybe scheduling conflicts. Maybe, I mean, it'd be weird if they moved it to Indiana based off this, but maybe with Vegas getting a team potentially in the next few years. Um,
Yeah.
or maybe it just I don't know. I think maybe the attendance wasn't as good as they were hoping in Vegas. So
Just an interesting little blurb I saw.
yeah,
So
LeBron to Houston. I didn't really think of that. That'd be strange, but yeah. Rui just
mhm.
signed with Boston. Just I mean
Did he?
that's probably
Did that
correct, but please don't put any fake. Please make sure you're not getting ball sack before you.
uh,
Um,
yeah, I'm not seeing that yet.
anyone else
So
confirm that?
I haven't seen it yet.
Jalen Duren wants to play for Boston. No surprise, but I mean Detroit has all the cards. So Sabir, where are you seeing that, man? Come on, don't post fake signings, please. Never mind. Did you get ball sack? Do, do, do.
I did enjoy your. If we end up hearing in a month, Joe out there like pulling the well, teams knew that we wanted to unload our guards, and I mean, I could totally see it happening. I don't want it, but I could totally see it happening. Him making that excuse.
Garben's
Which
asking, is that the term for that, or is that what you call it? No, that's so. I mean, for those that don't understand, Ballsack Sports was a Twitter page that got very popular posting fake quotes or fake things that happened, but they did it like it was like just silly enough to be believable, you know, like um and so like everything they did, like it wasn't over the top stupid, like it was like, oh yeah, I could see James Harden talking about strip clubs in Portland when he visits there or something, you know, like so like the quotes were like just believable enough, and then like people are like, it's called ball sack sports, of course it's not real. And so and then since then there's been all kinds of copycats or whatever, and then
Can you
they actually went away for a while, and then they tried to come back. It hasn't been the same, but that's how it started. It was just this thing called ball sack sports, and they would just make up stuff, and it was like I usually, like, this is going to be my old man get off my lawn take, but I cannot.
yells at clouds?
The one thing I hate is people who like try to pretend to be someone else, like a fake Shams account, and like they'll post
Oh,
breaking news: LeBron James traded to Orlando Magic, and like I just, that's like an instant block for me from anyone. There's a huge Blazer account. Uh, well, there's actually several that I blocked, but there's a huge Blazers account, Blazers Argento, that I blocked several years ago because they actually they put out some fake thing about Dame requesting a trade. This was like 2 years before he requested a trade,
oh, okay.
and then uh, it like got picked up by all the radio stations, and like everyone's going crazy, like everyone's talking about Dame requesting a trade or whatever, and it was all based off this fake tweet or whatever. So
That was probably like immediately after the Denver series,
yeah, it
probably.
was. I think that if that was the, yeah, that was the summer because he was
Yeah.
getting ready for like practice in for Team USA, and they put that like he was because he had like a press conference announced for after one of the practices or something, and they put that he was going to announce that he wants out of Portland or something, and he's
Mm.
done here or whatever. Uh, but yeah, so I mean I see that stuff all the time. I just saw that that's an instant block for me. I just hate like when people try to pretend to like it's one thing if you hear something and you're just trying to be like, you know, this is what I heard, and if that's wrong, that's one thing. But yeah, these other Blazer accounts, one of them's been mentioned in chat, like just used to be like a really cool guy and just went off the deep end in terms of engagement baiting and just like saying the dumbest things on Twitter. So yeah, I don't like that, man. Kelly Oubre is meeting with the Pacers, 76ers, Lakers, and Blazers. Um, yeah, I mean,
Mm.
if you get Oubre for cheap, I don't think that's a bad, you know, backup small forward, but um, he's an okay defender. But I mean, a little overrated. But I mean, he's been playing for cheap in Philly. I don't want like guys like that have been okay on a team playing on a bad contract or a minimal contract or slightly above minimum, and then I don't want to overpay those guys like the MLE and get hard cap for. So like maybe if we're talking about the biannual exception or something, or for minimum contracts, that's fine. But
So I saw a question in chat. Forgive me for not stating who said this. It's hard for me to read. Um, it just simply was, do you guys think we'll get anybody today? So what do you think? Do you think the Blazers make a signing today?
I mean, anytime I'm asked the question, like, what's the percentage chance of the Blazers doing something, I'm always going to default to a low, like,
You'll be right
probably
more
not.
often than not.
Yeah, right. I West is in chat right now. I bet him a beer. Uh, that was the season before last? Rich, do you remember what the bet was?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Say again.
Do you remember? There's a guy in chat, Blazers Homer West. Him and I had a bet 2 seasons ago. Do you remember what the bet was?
2 seasons ago, so 2024.
It was the 2024-2025 season.
I don't recall what's the bet.
The bet was made like at the beginning of the year or in training camp or something, okay? And the bet was I win if the Blazers make a single move the entire season. One move, I win the bet, right? And they didn't do anything. They didn't make a single trade, not one thing at the deadline, nothing. And so I lost. I had to, yeah, we went out and
Wow.
had some beers, yep, and
Wow.
yeah, so
I I was not aware of that.
so I'm gonna always say
That's pretty
like
funny.
I'm gonna say like okay, Joe's track record in free agency last year they get this kind of out of their or their salary cap situation when Javon's saying the Kawhi deal has been officially agreed to. So good for
So
Toronto.
The Clippers got Dick in that trade, right?
Yes, they did. They did
They
get Dick
they
in that trade. Yeah.
they I didn't know that Tyronn Lue and Steve Ballmer. I didn't know that they valued Dick so much, but apparently they did, and they got it.
Yep.
So they got Dick. So good for them. Very
Yep.
happy for them. Yes.
Uh,
Not my thing.
yeah.
I would not have traded for Grady Dick, but hey, good for them.
I mean, it had to be. It was contract matching.
Yeah. Yeah.
They needed.
Yes.
Can I say this?
I am 10 years old.
Can I
Yes.
say what
Okay,
I'm
go
about
ahead.
to say? Like, I don't know if I could say it.
I I have no idea. Go ahead.
They got Dick filler in the trade.
See?
Yeah.
Because sometimes, you know, yeah.
I hope that doesn't demonetize us. Or just saying his name. I mean,
It is true. They got Dick. I don't. I what it. Okay. Anyway.
yeah. But what I was going to say is that so last year the Blazers get gifted out of their cap situation by DeAndre Ayton accepting
Yes.
less money on his buyout. So they actually free up the mid-level exception. This is before um before anyone had any inkling that Dame would eventually be bought out of his contract. That was a surprise to everyone.
Yeah.
That
Crazy.
he was stretched and waived his contract. So um, they went into last off season with this like gift of freeing up the mid-level exception to add a player to a roster that was ready to take a jump into the playoffs. And what did they do, Rich? What did they do in free agency last year?
Uh, Nothing that I recall.
They did nothing for like several days.
Yeah.
Completely struck out on anyone they talked to. Um, in a
But they were competitive. They were competitive in their recruiting battles,
in a
which Cronin always feels.
in a CBA where getting the mid-level exception is like this precious commodity that only a few teams have available. Otherwise, you're going to have to accept a way lower um, like contract than you deserve, like a minimum contract or there's not many teams with cap space or whatever. They weren't able to convince a player to come for $14 million or whatever it was last year.
Mm-hmm.
Now they get bailed out, right? Because, oh, after striking out, wow, good thing we have this mid-level exception because Dame Lillard is obviously available now, and we can give him that, and now it looks genius because we had that available. But he wouldn't have known that in free agency, so he completely struck out, basically
Right.
signed Blake Wesley to a minimum contract. The year before that, I mean, they didn't really sign much, do much in terms of free agency. The real big signing he had was Gary Payton the second. And so, uh, and I mean, Gary Payton didn't even want to be here. He just was happy to take
I
our money
know.
because
Oh
we
my
were
God.
offering more than any other team. So, like, honestly, I would say the Blazers have to make a move. They need a forward, right? They have this mid-level exception, but I don't know if I have confidence in them making a thing. And I know before the person who's going to say this says this, I know the Blazers' history of free agents isn't that good. How can you blame that on Cronin? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, yes, I get it. The Blazers aren't a free agent destination, but there is a clear need, a clear opportunity here for someone to get paid a good amount of money, which is 15
And get
million a year,
and get minutes too. Like if you
get
want to
minutes as a
showcase yourself.
forward
Yeah.
on a team that needs some forward depth and hasn't been the healthiest. So you're going to get that. So right,
Real quick, I feel a little bad. This person has asked this question, I think, multiple times. So just real quick, we'll just come down on the side of it. They've asked a couple of times, where do you guys think LeBron is going? So I'll just say, when all is said and done, I think he goes to Cleveland.
yeah, I think he goes to Cleveland too.
Okay.
I still think there's an outside chance he goes to Golden State though,
I agree. I
but
agree.
I think it's going to be one of those two teams.
Yeah.
But he'll draw this out a little bit too. I don't expect him
Oh,
to
of
sign
course.
today. So
Of
yeah.
course.
But yeah, so I just, like I said, in this new CBA, if you have the full mid-level exception or cap space, and you have all these teams like Miami now, and teams like that, Golden State, who are only going to be offering vets like minimum contracts.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold that thought for a second. I don't want to lose this comment. Ryan in chat
Yeah.
just said, I'm driving for Uber right now. I'm listening to the stream. When Rich said they got dick, I just got the weirdest look from my last passenger.
That's awesome.
I am so sorry to you and your passenger. Grady Dick.
Exposing
I did
players,
see, yes.
exposing innocent people to our stream. That's
Yeah, to my 10-year-old sensibilities that just
yeah,
giggle every time somebody says Grady Dick's name.
yeah.
So Ryan, thank you for posting that. Also, why are you posting that while you're driving for Uber? And also,
Hopefully,
I
it pulls
think
over
I
to
think
post
I think maybe your passengers should be a little bit more concerned about that than my language.
Why is this guy
Like,
typing in chat while trying to drive me?
but anyway, thanks for the comment. That was really funny.
Yeah. So
Oh, somebody just said I just saw a report that the Wizards are a dark horse for LeBron. You can comment on that if you want, but just quickly, what were your thoughts on the whole Wizards want to hang on to AD and so on and so forth? Thoughts on that?
I mean, the Wizards haven't really made sense. I thought extending Trey Young was one of the worst decisions I've seen a franchise make in some time,
Yeah.
and instantly became one of the worst contracts in the league. Like I get what they're kind of trying to do and help out the young guys with some playmaking and stuff like that, and I get what they would try to do by keeping AD, but Trey Young seems a little different. Like his value has dipped. I think he has a little bit of
Oh
a
yeah.
chip on his shoulder and wants to prove that. I mean, he's not even 30 yet. I don't think, right? I think he's still
I don't
pretty
think
young,
so.
and
Yeah.
still has a chance to get back to somewhat being relevant. And bottom line is he's a fantastic passer and can really help take the pressure off some of those young guys. So I kind of understand it, but um,
But AD with that.
AD, I don't see him being happy. I'm like, he already requested a trade from New Orleans when they were trying to build around him and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not saying the Wizards are building around him. Obviously, they're not. But just seems like not the kind of guy you want to put in that kind of situation. Doesn't seem like that kind of bet. But I understand the Wizards are trying to kind of take the pressure off all their young players developing. But yeah, I don't know. So part of me just wants them to give the keys to Dybonsa and just let him go. But
Mm,
I understand kind of taking it slow until you're good.
yeah, I agree.
But yeah, I don't. I mean, I believe them. I don't think you do, but I actually believe them that they're gonna try to keep AD at least till the deadline. I do think, uh, as I've mentioned, every time AD's come up, it's tough to get value for trading him when he has a $58 million contract and is injury prone. And
Yeah.
so just the type of players and contracts they have to take back just to trade him alone means they probably want a bunch of assets on top of that for taking back those contracts. And there's no teams that are going to give up like 4 firsts for AD or whatever and a bunch of bad contracts. So um, it's just they're kind of stuck, I think, in a situation where they realized they can't just like give him away for free after trading for him. I think they traded a first for him last year, right?
Hmm.
And so even though they didn't give up a ton to get him, I don't think they can be in a position where they just give him away to a team just for matching salary or something. And so I understand it from their point of view. It's like, why would we just not keep him if we're just getting these crap offers for him because no team can easily match the salary, let alone I traded 2 firsts. Yeah. Um, yeah. So Shaggy has a question. If a guy like Ubre plans to meet with us, I assume the signing wouldn't happen today, or is it like a phone call? Um,
Hmm.
I think it depends on the team. I think most of these guys, if they're like not like obviously if there's a huge free agent like LeBron or something, might well actually LeBron's big enough to where he can be like, I'm gonna be in Vegas if you want me, come meet with me here or something. And he's not gonna
Come to
like
me.
he's not gonna
Yes.
go to Cleveland. I mean, I think he was in Cleveland today or something. Someone posted something of him in Cleveland, but like he's not gonna go to city just to like he's not gonna go to Denver to be like, okay, what do you have to say? He's gonna be like, no, you come to me. Here's where I'm gonna be located. Whatever teams, I'll set up appointments or whatever. So some free agents are like that. Some teams do fly in people to meet with them, and that's the whole lock them in a room until they sign a contract. Don't let them leave this building because once they leave, they're going to be meeting with someone else, and you might not have an opportunity to sign them. So that
Yeah.
also puts pressure on um, the team to maybe give a little bit more just to make sure they don't leave. So that happens sometimes, but also, I mean, if you're just like a kind of a bench free agent and you're going to get calls from like 5 to 10 teams, like it's probably just a phone call. So it's a mix of those. It kind of depends on the team and the situation. Um, if the Blazers had like, well, they have the MLE, right? And let's just say Dean Wade was their number one target. Like, it's possible you're planning to meet with him or trying to get an appointment with him in person right away, but your second and third options might just be like they might send out a phone call to John Collins or whatever, being like, "Hey, we're definitely interested. Got a meeting with someone else right now, but would love to meet with you guys at some point as well, and just kind of
Mhm.
see if they're even interested in that or not. But yeah.
Yeah, I think gone are the days of the recruiting trips and wooing and like all of that kind of stuff. I think
I
I think we're past that.
I thought Rob Will was going to do that though.
You did.
That's why I was shocked he signed with us beforehand, because like there were so many teams rumored to be interested in him. I thought he would
Hmm.
like go do the kind of wine and dine tour and get some free dinners and stuff. I don't know, but this new CBA, it's more because it used to be like right as 3 o'clock hit, even like 10 minutes before 3 o'clock hit, you would start to hear like, oh, Chris Paul is signing here or whatever. And it's like, what? They can't even talk to anyone yet. So, um, yeah, I don't know. I think certain players like that. I'm sure LeBron wants some sort of special treatment from these teams. He's not just going to be like, oh, okay, you want me? Going
Just
there.
bring
Like,
out
prove
bring
you
out
want
Jim
me.
bring out Jim Gray and the
Yeah.
whole thing. Just oh my gosh. Ugh. So Eric, I'm gonna give you and chat like let's say like 4:30. So it's like
Okay.
4:30. I've got 4:13 right now. Let's say 4:30, and then I'll bow out of here and let you and chat have at it for however much longer you want to go. And if something crazy happens, I'll shoot you a text or what have you. But
Yeah.
yeah, so just kind of give you guys a heads up. So thanks for joining us today. If you can hit the like button if you've gotten any kind of value out of this, um, and want to help us out, like it every little bit helps the channel. And I just personally want to say thanks to all of you guys, who, when I'm not around, say nice things about me and wishing me well with my health and stuff like that. Really appreciate that. As far as
Boo,
like,
Rich. No one likes you.
what?
Oh, wait. No,
What?
what? Oh, oops. Was that over there?
Yeah, you're supposed to hit
Oh,
the mute button, you jerk.
oops. Oh,
but but
darn it.
um but anyway, yeah, so like for the lower third of the screen and stuff like that, like in the future I'll get better at like graphics and things like that. We're still just trying to do the best that we can, but you could blame all that stuff on me. It's not Eric, but
No,
uh
you
but
can.
just
No, take some credit for that. So, yeah, Rich has been doing all the sleeves or the overlays for the streams and the
I
thumbnails
know
and
they're
stuff. So,
terrible.
well, actually, I've
They're
I've done
awful.
some. I've done some thumbnails. Those are terrible, but they're good enough to be okay. But yeah, I need to figure out how to do a better job with those. But yeah, Rich has been doing or killing it, getting me stuff behind the scenes that I need to go on the air. So I really appreciate it, Rich.
Yeah, my
It's been
pleasure.
fun having you on today.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. We didn't even get to touch on you know Nori becoming the coach and all that kind of stuff. Just I mean, you and I've talked about it a lot, but just so chat, here's my opinion. Super stoked about Nori. I just I think he's going to be a great coach, regardless of our little disagreement the other day, which I realized you were totally right when I went and did some more digging and research about and for chat, what I'm making reference to is the whole Nori doing a presentation and talking about Dame is going to come off the bench. And he had this presentation before he knew Dame was coming to the meeting. And so, like, when I just heard the story where Nori basically said, I haven't seen you dribble in 14 months. Um, I just thought that was like a setup moment where he was trying to be funny. But then you do a little bit more digging, and it's like, oh no, he actually had a PowerPoint presentation where Dame was not going to be starting. But all that said, I think Nori's going to be great. I think we're going to really enjoy his personality. And I don't know. I mean, a lot of people when they get hired as coach, they they say all the right things, and they say, we're going to be accountable. Oh, put your name on it, and all that, all the stuff that Chauncey said. But I don't know. Like when Nori talks about we're going to be accountable, we're going to shore up these close games. We're going to cut down the turnovers. Like I don't know. I just like I believe in him in terms of I believe that he believes he has the pathway to being successful in those areas. Whereas, like when Chauncey would say it, he had never done this before. So I felt like Chauncey was just trying to kind of fake it till you make it a little bit. But with Nori, at the very least, whether what he has planned actually works or not, I 100% believe that he believes he's got the pathway for success in his mind for this team. And that's what makes me excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And I it's hard to argue with him. I mean, this team should be on an upward trajectory. Now, a little weird after the trade yesterday, having the imbalanced roster. I don't think he was necessarily accounting for that, but
Yeah.
like I don't know, he's in a good position, and like I've been saying all along, there are parallels with the Carolina Hurricane situation, in which he hired an inexperienced coach that had not been a head coach before, and it ended up working out well, and he took care of him, and they went on to win a title. So, like, I think someone like Micah knows that if he does a good job, it's not going to be like, oh, every year I only want a coach that's going to sign here for very cheap, right? That's not the goal. The goal is to find a coach who, one, wants to be here, two, is good at his job, and then three, if that's the case, if you feel comfortable with him moving forward, you lock him up and take care of him. But I think he's just skipping the step of why does the NBA guarantee these contracts for 4 years when a lot of times these coaches are gone after a year or two, and you're on the hook for a bunch of money, and it was a bad hire. Why don't you wait to pay them until you know they're the right hire? And that might be a jerk move or not how the NBA does it, and I'm not making excuses for him doing it, but I get the rationale behind, if this guy's good, we'll pay him and he'll be our coach for a long time. If he's not, we're gonna find someone who's gonna do a better job.
And secretly, do not fool yourself. 29 other coaches were silently fist bumping and just like thanking Tom Dundon for doing this. Like they're hoping.
Owners.
Yeah, owners.
You said coaches.
Oh, did I
The
say
coaches are not fist bumping.
I'm sorry. See, this is why I put the time frame on checking out of the.
No, it's fine.
No, but owners. I'm sorry, you're right, or governors, as we should say, I guess. But yeah, they're all secretly hoping that this thing even goes well. Like even if it goes well for Nori, they can point to it in the future. Well, see, it worked out really great for Micah Nori. So, yeah, I mean, obviously it's unconventional. I think I told you at the time, just to kind of get my 2 cents in on this. I didn't hate it as a concept per se, because I also think this small window of time. So this is like a 3-year, like almost like if you're looking at, okay, we're going to really try to improve. We're going to make some big swing at some point, hopefully with our draft capital, and we're going to try to go for it. Maybe not, we may not elevate ourselves to like, the consensus favorite status, but I think the realistic idea and goal has always been that like 2011 Dallas Mavericks run as a 3 seed. You hope things break right and you have right team chemistry and you can hopefully ride that to a championship. So, we may be looking at this as like a 3-year run, and then when that's over, things may be changing. Dame probably leaves or retires, whatever the case may be, and you might need a different kind of coach at that point. So my biggest problem with the contract stuff for Nori was merely perception and continuing this steady drumbeat of cheapness and things like that, which I think is not helpful. But in terms of, is the coaching hire great? And do I think, like, hey, I mean, the guy took the deal and there are incentives based on his performance. I understand why people freak out about it and they say this is not the way business is done, et cetera, et cetera. I wish we didn't have to put up with that kind of crap, but it's the reality that we live in now. And I think at the end of the day, I think he's going to be a really great coach, and I think we're going to be very happy. So that's
Yeah,
just my two
absolutely.
cents
And
on Nori, since I haven't been able to talk on stream about it with you.
I mean, I don't like the fact that they gave him the contract, I guess, but I do like Nori's attitude about it, and
Oh yeah,
I do like. I don't think there's any doubt in his mind he's signed a 3-year contract at least. So, um,
yeah.
I don't, I don't see why that's why I should be angry about it. And I'm not defending a billionaire or whatever, but if Nori's not angry about it, why should we be angry for him? Like he's
Right.
happy for the opportunity, and you know, I I don't blame him necessarily for taking a bad contract.
and we and
For
we still and we still really don't know terms, right? I mean, I would assume, I mean, and that's always a dangerous thing to do for me, but I would assume that the team options escalate. Like, I'm
well,
sure that his agent worked that out.
it's yeah. I haven't heard like actual numbers, but I've heard there's all kinds of performance based incentives to make it like a really good contract if he reaches a certain. I don't know what those are, but it's
Like if
heavily
you like if you
favored.
don't get indicted by the feds,
Right.
500,000. You
Yeah,
know,
I mean, we'll
like
even give you the game two, Rich, before you get arrested. Like, if you last 2 games without an arrest, like you get, yeah,
it's double.
there's
It's
a
double.
yeah. That's hilarious. But
Oh
yeah, I
man.
mean, he obviously felt comfortable taking it, and so yeah, it hasn't blown up on our face. There is a um someone said this at the beginning of the stream before we even went live in chat that there was a rumor that Dwight Jaynes is saying that he heard there's going to be a name added to the staff that everyone's going to really like. I don't know who
Oh,
that would be, but
Stotts.
I don't
Is
know.
that
I don't.
that
I would
could
be
be it?
surprised if
Or
it was
Brandon
Stas.
Brandon Roy. Brandon
Well,
Roy.
Roy just got his old job back after being fired
Oh, he
last year.
did.
Yeah, he
Oh, I
just
didn't
got
see that.
um, I guess the investigation didn't do anything or didn't prove anything. So um, I don't know, like some sort of recruitment violation or something in high school.
Okay.
Never know nowadays, but yeah, it could be Damon Stoudemire maybe,
Oh, yeah, I see that. I
because
see that, lazy.
he's now. I don't know if he caught on with the team after because he left Georgia Tech, right? Um,
I believe that's
yeah.
correct. Yeah.
I don't know if Jay Triano counts as someone people would be happy to have. I mean, I think people like Jay Triano when he was here, and obviously he's a good basketball coach. But yeah, Raymond Felton,
Alex Wolf, Raymond Felton.
bringing it back to him. Why do we always have to bring it back to Raymond Felton? Gosh,
Well, he's like a planet, So I mean,
it's
you just
rotations. Yeah, okay,
yeah, you
okay,
just get pulled into his orbit.
yeah.
So
And then
Malik Beasley.
yeah, did you? It was kind of surprising. Ed Davis seemed like a really good dude when he was here in Portland. One of Dame's favorite teammates ever.
Oh,
Uh,
you're gonna give me news right now. What's going on with Ed Davis?
well,
I
he
hadn't
just
heard.
well, I mean, you heard about Malik Beasley. Him and
Yes.
Ed Davis and Malik Beasley both got indicted yesterday on
Oh
gambling charges,
no.
and they have him dead to rights. If you've
Oh
if you've
no,
seen
I
these
loved I
videos,
loved Ed Davis.
so Ed was like they have messages between them, basically saying he has a way for him to make money and all this stuff, and I can't believe Ed got involved with that, but he basically was the one that sought Malik Beasley out. It sounds like Malik Beasley had some money problems or some debt owed, and Ed Davis gave him an opportunity to pay back that debt. And
Oh man,
yeah,
wow.
so they have all these messages. And then there's at least four specific games, Rich, that they pointed to in the indictment. And if you go
Okay.
back and look at them, there is one where
Oh, is
he
this the Mavericks game? It's like a Maverick game or something.
I don't think it's the Mavericks. There was a game where they told him to get his under on rebounds for 3.5, and that he gets 2 rebounds earlier in the game, and you
Uh
can
huh.
tell him like you can see he's like, oh crap, and and uh, then there's a couple times in the second half where a shot goes up, he's by the basket, and he literally just turns and sprints down the court instead of standing there to get the rebound. And like why would you run away from the shot's still in the air and he just turns around and sprints the other way? Like it was
Oh man.
like you might not have ever noticed like if like this didn't come up, but like it's so obvious now watching some of these. And then there was one where um the spread was 8.5, they were down 9.
That's the one I saw.
Yeah,
Yeah.
someone makes a free throw with a few seconds left, and he gets the inbound pass and sprints down the court and dunks it
Like
like his life
like
depends on it.
yeah,
Yeah.
like his life depends on it. That's just what I was gonna say. I
uh,
saw that too. Oh my gosh.
so man, yeah, it's like I mean
Uh,
gambling. This is coming up a lot now, but I mean, how many times do you think this happened in the past? But there were no cell
oh
phones to
man.
like the
Yeah.
Tim Donaghy things and stuff like that. Like there's probably this probably happened a lot more. But I think it's good that these guys are getting caught, even if it's several years later. But
I still go ahead.
the worst part about it to me is, dude, all that Giannis stuff came out about him being pissy about Dame getting a last shot, or like
Hmm.
him getting the ball in certain situations, and then you have the Doc Rivers and Adrian Griffin crap that Dame had to deal with his first year there. And now you find out that there was a guy actively tanking games on his team too. Like, no wonder it didn't work out in Milwaukee. Like, all this stuff was against Dame, and then he gets the blood clots and gets injured his second year. So, like, how was he supposed to? He had a starter on his team actively tanking games and ruining games. So, like, I don't know, man. Just I feel bad for Dame in that situation because, like, they didn't really have a chance.
That's crazy. And from a talent standpoint, I kind of liked Beasley.
Yeah, I mean,
Um, you know.
I guess he was. See, this is like the worst part for him because he was a like kind of he was thought of as a really good player in Denver. Um,
Hmm.
like had a really good, I think it was a playoff run where he played really well, and then got traded to Minnesota, and then was kind of like a minimum contract guy for a couple years. But that last year in Detroit, he was about to get paid because he shot really well. He was one of the 3-point leaders that year, and then all this stuff came out of it as gambling, and it cost you your whole freaking career, man. Like
Ah,
I
close.
almost,
Careful,
yeah.
careful.
Cost him his whole career and millions of dollars and a huge contract he would have signed if not. So,
It's always amazing to me too, when you end up hearing like some of the amounts that these things surround, and it's typically like a surprisingly low amount of money,
mhm.
and it's always just like wow, and it's just because they somebody got their hooks into them, and now they need a favor and all that kind of stuff. It's
Yeah.
just it's crazy. Eric, I'm
All right,
gonna
Rich.
bow out. So chat. thank you guys so much for being so nice and saying hi and all that stuff. Love to all you guys. Thank you so much. Continue to support Eric here whenever he goes solo by himself. Hopefully, I'll be on here with him, sooner rather than later. And just like the stream, continue to support. Thank you so, so much for supporting us. Again, in April, this was not the plan, but it became the plan. So just thanks to everybody. And Eric, do you have everything that you need going
Yep,
forward today? And
got everything
you're going
taken
to
care of.
switch. You're going to switch the sleeve over to a solo.
Yep, and Rich, thank you so much for hopping on for a little bit. Hope we can do it more in the future. It was great to have you on here. Everyone, give Rich a round of applause on his way out. Thank you,
Oh,
Rich.
just a big
We'll
round of
talk to you
applause.
later.
And
Have a good
and
day.
and the Blazer fist, is that you like the fist the chat?
I mean, you
What
can
is the
go.
thing that you do?
I'll give you a
What do you
fist
do?
bump. There you go. I'll give you a fist bump.
Okay. So fisting everyone. Here you go. What? Is that bad? Is that like ball sack or okay? All right, never mind.
All right,
I love
bye.
you all.
Bye,
Goodbye.
Rich. We'll see you later. All right. Thank you so much to Rich for joining us for a while. Now we can get back into Soul Stream. I do. Let me. So I do. I'm gonna try to bring on. Well, Crushables and I were trying to find a way to like do it on both streams, but neither of us really knew how to do that. So, um, Rich is gonna get Ryan removed from Uber, man. But Rich is gone now, so you can feel safe. I won't. I won't make any fisting jokes. Um, Let me see. Um, um, I'm gonna message Crushables real quick. I just see where he's at if he wants to try. We're gonna like do a thing where we just have like the um um oh, never mind. Hold on just a second. So it looks like Crushables might just whenever he is done with his stream might pop on over here. So we'll figure out when he's gonna come on. Um, yeah. Oh, he's ready right now. Okay. Let me just figure this out. Sorry, doing it on the air. Marcus Smart to the Rockets. I shouldn't have closed that Google Meet. Yeah, just keep me updated if something happens. We got Brandon Carlson. All right. I'm assuming that's a minimum contract or a two-way. Um, he was at the Thunder last year, right? 2.5 million. Yeah, I guess that would be the well. Yeah, I guess that's the minimum. All right, we just made a signing. All right, let me figure out. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get. No, Young's not out. I mean, Carlson's. He can maybe play the four a little bit. Um, I just want to know if he's tall. He's tall. Yeah. He's like what is it? Like 6'10", maybe 6'11". Um. Oh, 7 feet. Yeah, 7 feet 220. He's not 7'4". Um. Yeah, I'll see his actual measurements, but yeah, I think 7'4" wingspan. Okay. He can shoot a little bit. He can shoot, but it's pretty small sample size. Um, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious Young isn't ready. The Blazers keep making moves that signify that recent draft picks are not their guy moving forward. Um, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious Young Hanson's still a long ways away from being a rotation player on a good team. Um, let me. Trying to. I do not want that. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to get Crushables on here so we can talk about this Brendan Carlson. I should have checked my phone before I ended that with Rich because I could have just brought Crushables in the same spot and had everything, but I just like closed everything because I thought we were just gonna do like one person's voice, but yeah, figure it out. Just gotta set it all back up real quick. So the Blazers did do something. It's another minimum contract signing. All right, let's wait for him to respond there. Thanks everyone for being patient. Kobe Sanders back to the Clippers on a 4-year deal. Yeah, they let Mamu went to the Lakers. Uh, Mamu to the Lakers. Rui gone. That means Rui's gone. So, yeah, good. I mean, that's good if you're a Rui fan. With this Carlson signing, I mean, I don't really expect him to play that much, so I don't know how much we're going to. Um, I don't know if we're gonna actually play him that much. So I don't think that necessarily means anything for the rotation, but yeah. Just gonna try to figure out how to put you on, Brady. Hold on.
You can hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you. Um, Sorry, chat. Give me just a second. I had it all like I could have just like moved, like just replaced you where he goes, and then I was like, oh crap. Um, I don't know how easy it is for you to move your camera or anything, but
I can raise my chair up.
I can move you up a little bit. There we go. See, they're like, all right. All right. Let me unmute you here. All right, are we good? I just have to remember not to minimize that window so you stay on there. All right, can everyone hear Crushables there?
What's up?
And can everyone see him? Okay. No.
He's disappeared. Can't see him.
Can't hear him. Can hear him but can't see him. Okay, so why did he go away? There we go. Why is that? I don't know why. Okay, there we go. All right. It just kept minimized. Like, I have to keep the thing.
Sounds good.
All right. So, how did your stream go?
It went fine.
Yeah.
How's yours going so far? Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
good.
know.
The
I
Blazers
almost
just
was
made a
like,
signing.
I don't know if I like streaming my channel anymore for some reason.
Yeah.
I feel like I always want to, and then like when I do, I don't know. I feel like I can't. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm not sure I enjoy it anymore.
Yeah.
It's hard.
I'll turn you down a little bit.
Plus, it doesn't help that it was pretty slow at the beginning as well, and it's still pretty slow for the most part.
Very slow. Yeah. What time is the free agency start, says someone. Don't blame me for asking that question. It started an hour and 45 minutes ago, though. There hasn't been much. Did you see the Blazers sign someone?
Yeah, they did. I don't really know much about him, though, to be fair. I know he was a two-way for the Thunder, but I don't know if I've ever seen him play before.
So we signed him to the actual roster. I mean, he's okay. Had some okay moments. I mean, I don't think he played a whole lot, but he played some. Was he on the Thunder for 2 years?
That's a good question.
I feel like it's been 2 years, but yeah, I'm bringing up his page here. So yeah, career 74 games over 2 seasons. Shot 36% from 3 last year.
I'm looking at the wrong name.
11.6 minutes per game. 5.6 points or 5.8 points, 3 rebounds. Yeah, I mean this is just
Depth.
kind of a depth, and you hope that his. I want to see his. I'm gonna look at his college statistics because I feel like he was maybe a better shooter like that in college, but might be mistaken. So what? While I'm doing this, what were your thoughts when you heard the Blazers traded for Ja Morant yesterday?
So I wasn't even looking at my phone, to be fair. At first, someone had texted me, which usually is unusual. I usually see notifications like right away. But
Yeah.
someone texted me, Ja to Portland. I was like, what the hell are they talking about? And yeah, I was I wasn't very happy about it. I still don't really like it that much. I mean, from a value standpoint, yes, you can't go wrong. Like, yes, it makes sense that all you gave up was Grant Murray. So yes, I get that standpoint. But also, I think selfishly, I felt it was like perfect time with Damian Lillard spending maybe his last 2 to 3 seasons here, that taking a big swing one last time when we never did would be awesome. And I don't know if that's going to happen anymore. It still could, don't get me wrong, but man, I don't know. But then long term, it also is kind of an interesting idea because for whatever reason, I thought Ja Morant was older than he's only 26.
I
Right?
know,
So
it's crazy.
Yeah, I thought he was older than that, but. So, like, long term, if Ja Morant is able to reinvent himself, you got him for basically nothing, then that's a great standpoint as well. I don't know, man. I'm not the happiest about it, but I get it at the same time. I'm just not really sure what to think, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of felt the same way. Good value trade, like just looking at it on paper, giving up Grant and Chris Murray for like a still young, who's someone who's been an MVP candidate in the past. So crazy value there. But yeah, it just seems so weird after all these years of trying to make smaller backcourts work, and then going from that to hearing Joe talk about the importance of length and having, you can have a small guard, but like having the right pieces around him, and then to just go right back to having 4-point guards and all that is just crazy. But
Yeah. I thought we were going away from stuff like that. And
yeah,
it's just out of nowhere. That's why at this point I'm not trusting, and I think we've all kind of said this, I'm not trusting anybody when it comes to Blazers rumors anymore. Dude. Like everything that has happened lately has been out of nowhere.
yeah,
Like no one has been reporting it, talking about it. It just happens, and we're like just wondering, like, why did no one have anything on that? It just, yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. It's never would have seen that coming. I don't think anybody did.
Just in case anyone doesn't know, so this guy is Crushables on YouTube. Has an awesome channel, does a bunch of rebuilds. Did a impromptu one yesterday about Ja, or did he post that this morning?
Yeah,
I
it was.
forget when he posted.
Well, I recorded it last night.
Yeah.
I mean, I was waiting till late at night to record it just in case we did something else. I did that,
Right.
and 2K loved the Blazers with Ja Morant.
That's
by
cool.
the way, Ja Morant is it simulates really well in 2K, but yeah, very first season we made it all the way to the finals. But I
Nice.
did trade for Trey Murphy,
Okay.
like to start things off.
So that's the
and-
key.
I guess, yeah. And then we made it to the finals, blew a 3-0 lead to the Sixers. Classic 2K for you.
So yeah, there was. I saw that, and I mean, this guy does all kinds of rebuilds on rosters, so he knows the stuff around the NBA. So definitely great person to have on stream now that he's done with his own stream. But yeah, just we used to do a show on the other channel together, and I had so much fun doing shows with you, and so I'm really excited that you're able to join me today. Thanks.
Yeah,
for
we
doing
haven't
it.
we haven't
We
talked
haven't
since
talked in a while. Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah. And then what do you think about? You just don't know enough about Brandon Carlson to make an opinion, or
no,
what?
I genuinely I knew he was on the Thunder. And I know he was a two-way player, I believe,
Yeah.
but no, I don't know much about him at all. To be fair, I don't know anything.
Went to Utah in college. Shot almost 38% from three his senior year or his fifth year in college. So a little bit older guy, but for how only playing 2 years in the league, that is. Um, Carter had a $2 donation. Says, "Why is this guy our focus right now?" Um, this is just obviously a depth piece. Um, I think their hope is that if he plays, he's a bit of a stretch five. If he's provides any kind of shooting, um, like I said, I even though he's 7 foot, I think he can kind of stretch the floor enough and move his feet a little bit to where maybe you can play him with Rob Will. I don't know about Klingon. I mean, if they could both shoot threes, maybe. But yeah, I think maybe you could experiment with him a little bit at the four, but this is pretty much just a value depth signing. So I don't think it's bad that we did that early. Um, it's just, I mean, obviously, like none of the big name guys have gone off the board yet, right? That people were expecting the Blazers to be in on. So you can still be in on all of them, but also make a good value signing so you just fill out your depth. We do need to, assuming we keep Veet and City, we're at 12 roster spots. So we have 3 roster spots to sign players, 2 at minimum to get to 14. So I don't think this is a bad guy to sign, and then you know exactly how much you have, what kind of position you need. Obviously, a forward for that other spot, and then you can still make trades with one of the guards for another forward if you need to. Yeah, a lot of people in chat are comparing him to Myers Leonard. That's
Yeah, I've seen that.
it's a pretty good comp. Myers ended up. It's so weird. He's like a decent defender coming out of college, and then for some reason just like even he had some athleticism too. Like when the Blazers drafted him and they were showing him like getting ready for summer league and stuff, they showed him doing like between the legs dunks and stuff at 7 feet tall, and it was like, wow, this guy has some sneaky athleticism. And then he in the NBA, like for some reason it just zapped his athleticism, and he ended up not being able to block shots at all. Like it's just so weird. But hopefully this guy is a little bit better version of him. And yeah, I'm not really expecting much, but I think this is fine as a just a depth piece for like your 11th to 15th guys on the roster.
Myers Leonard was a fun player, though. Game
Yeah.
4 of the conference finals will not be forgotten, even though we lost. Wasn't it game 4 he was going crazy?
Yeah, it was game 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what, like 27 at half or something?
Yeah, it was going crazy that game.
Yeah. Walker Kessler is reportedly receiving contract offers starting in the high $30 million range annually.
Man.
I mean, he'd be a good fit with LA. Yeah. I don't know. Could they make that roster any whiter?
The Lakers.
Yeah.
Oh man, Luka,
Jeez.
Reeves, Kessler, Jake LaRavia.
It's like, I don't know. What do you think happens to Bronny moving forward?
That's a good
Is
question.
he out of the league?
That's
Or
a
is he
good
going
question.
is he gonna follow his dad somewhere?
I don't know, man. That's a good question. Do they like sign and trade LeBron somewhere? I don't think that doesn't sound like it's on the table. I feel like LeBron he plays maybe the remainder, or I don't know if his next year's non-guaranteed. It wouldn't surprise me if they decline it next year, or maybe he becomes. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know what his future is. At least LeBron got him some money before it's all said and done. If it's over,
Yeah.
but yeah, I know the Lakers guaranteed his contract yesterday, but as far as what's next after that, who knows? Maybe he's thrown in some trade randomly if the Lakers do something. I don't think
Was-
Bronny needs money. Well, at least he made his own money, right? He
Yeah.
probably made more his own money before that too, but you know what I mean. In the
He just
NBA,
become
at
a
least.
streamer or something.
Yeah, I think he was at one point.
Yeah.
I've seen clips.
He'd probably play in the G League.
Bronny for Scoot. Yeah, that's a great idea.
So, what do you think the Blazers should do at guard?
Dude, I have no idea. Part of me thinks they're not gonna do anything else.
Really, they're just gonna.
Yeah, I really genuinely think they might not do anything else.
Yeah.
I don't even know who. I feel like Sharp feels like the odd man out. I know you said Scoot does too. I think both of them kind of in a way are. But man, I haven't. Your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea. That's why this trade baffled me so much. I can't even think what's next. Like, my dream right now is to get Trey Murphy, but I know the Pelicans are asking for a ton, so don't know if that's gonna even happen.
Yeah.
I just don't know what they're gonna do.
I mean, they're getting all these bigs. Maybe they're just planning on playing 3 guards and 2 centers, or 4 guards and 1 center.
I mean, Cronin, I think when they signed Gary Payton, I think he said something about he wasn't going to be worried about fit. So I'm sure he just is going to be saying similar stuff. I'm assuming they do in John Morant introductory press conference. I'm sure he'll say stuff like that where he wasn't worried about fit, just worried about talent. And
Yeah. Well, I think he also said, because someone asked him about Gary Payton being 6'2" or something, and he was like,
Yeah.
well, he plays bigger than he is. Or
yeah, he'll probably say something.
yeah.
Like that.
And I know at the time I heard from someone that said that they were like, oh, the analytics of him guarding power forwards and centers like measure really well, so like we feel comfortable having him guard bigger players or whatever. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, that's going to be what they say for sure. Or Cronin's going to say.
And yeah, the spin would be that Drew could play the small forward and stuff, but like, did you not learn your lesson from like Norm playing? I know he's bigger than Norm, but like, I don't know. I'm just sick of trying to make the 3 guard thing or 2 smaller guards work. So, yeah. I don't know. I think, Sharp. It's not necessarily that Sharp fits better, because I don't think Scoot or Sharp make a lot of sense. I think Drew is like the perfect guard to have with Ja or Dame. But I don't know how you make it work defensively with Ja and Dame in the starting lineup. It's confusing. But I think kind of Scoot and Shea almost seem like the odd men out. And I don't know, Scoot as a 6'3" guard who, I know his shot has gotten better, but it seemed like there was this weird thing at times with Denny and him without the ball in Scoot's hands. His playmaking fell off a cliff playing off ball. And so it just seems like Scoot and Ja, or Scoot and Dame, is not a good fit. And now you have 3 point guards in front of him, basically. So I don't really know how he gets minutes, even with injuries and Dame and Drew and Ja probably sitting out games or load managing games. I don't really know, man.
Yeah, it's very confusing. And
I would like to see a fast break with Ja and Shaden Sharp, though.
yeah, that's fun for sure.
Denny can run the floor a little bit, so yeah, I don't know. But I don't know how they make it work. It's too small, and it goes against everything that. I mean, this wouldn't be surprising if Cronin contradicts something he said in the past, but
yeah,
it's completely against the way they were building this team, and it would just seem weird to pivot when they just had the most successful team ever, to pivot back to a roster that was poorly constructed and balanced, and it just did not make any sense.
Yeah, that's why this trade is very confusing and just leaves a lot to be answered. And we'll see if they do anything else. I mean, they did just make a signing, so we know they're active. Are
Yeah,
they looking for
they picked
to
up the
trade one
phone.
of their guards? I don't know.
They got someone that like no one else was interested in, so there you go.
Yeah. Typical Cronin.
Like 90% of the fan base had never heard of him, so
Yeah, I've.
I mean,
Yeah.
like, yeah, like you do, like this is what you do, right? Like you go over
Yeah.
rosters and do stuff. So like, if you barely know anything about him, that's
Yeah.
crazy, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's he's active. Like Carlson, like he's fine. Like I don't think he's like necessarily a rotation player on a good team, but you can maybe see. I mean, his skill set's a little different than Luke Cornett, but you know that kind of role where it's like just be good around the basket, stretch the floor a little bit. I'm not saying Luke Cornett did that, but I'm just saying like just play a little bit. You think LeBron's going to the Warriors?
Yeah, that's my gut feeling.
Yeah.
He's always said he wanted to play with Steph.
Mm-hmm.
Don't judge my geography, but obviously same state, so he doesn't. It's not as far as going to like Miami or something like that.
That's correct. Yeah.
Well, I know same state. I just don't know how far Golden State or what
Yeah.
I mean, but I just don't know how far they are from each other. But Miami is obviously further than Cleveland. Obviously, Cleveland. It does feel like it's going to be Cleveland or Golden State, though, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I do think Spurs and Minnesota is interesting as like dark horses, but I don't think he would do it.
No. Yeah, it feels like Cleveland or Golden State to me as well. Cleveland more of just like a feel good into the career type of thing. But
Yeah.
what would your thoughts be if so we have the Brendan Carlson signing? If we sign Kelly Oubre as our other signing.
I know. I saw we're gonna meet with him,
Mm-hmm.
which that's been something that's been talked about in the past. I remember that one off season where we got absolutely nothing, and then I felt like the last guy we could get was Oubre, and he still didn't choose us.
Yeah.
But nah, that one.
Where'd he go that year? I forget.
Oh man, I think it was the Warriors, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think you might be right.
I don't remember for sure though. I think he went to the Warriors that off season.
Or is that because he was on the Suns? I think he got traded to the Thunder and then got traded to the Warriors, maybe, and then, yeah,
Or no, I think it was the Hornets. I think he signed with the Hornets that off season. That's what it was.
yeah,
Yeah, but as far as getting him right now, I would not be over the moon about it.
that was
He's a fine
2021. Yeah,
he's a fine player, but not really would excite me that much.
Warriors was COVID. Um, yeah, Phoenix, OKC, Warriors, and then I think that was that off season where
He chose the Hornets. I'm pretty sure that he chose the Hornets that offseason over us.
that was
When we were
yeah, that was when Dame was. Everyone thought Dame was going to request a trade. I talked about this earlier in the stream actually, but Dame was actually calling him from Team USA practice that off season, trying to get him to come here, and couldn't do it.
damn. Story of our lives.
But I don't think it's someone you give like the full mid level exception to. And
Yeah.
if we give Carlson $2.5 million, that means we have about, if we're giving it to one person, we have about 12 million or so we can give to someone. I don't like giving Oubre that much. I think there's better free agents you can get for that price tag. I mean, if you get him on a value deal for 5 to 7 million, maybe. I'd almost rather just have T-Spec than Oubre. I don't know.
Yeah. I agree.
The NBA kind of ruined free agency somehow with the
Oh, they have.
the aprons. Like, remember this day used to be crazy. Like, you just used to hear like, it used to be like bam, 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 like one after another, just
Yeah, it
reporting
was.
signing of
And then they started giving out tampering
yeah.
stuff, and so the team stopped doing that. I was looking up top available players because I was just trying to get like a list in front of me, and I don't know why this list is listed like this, but Bleacher Report's first name was Gabe Vincent. It's kind of weird. That it's
Top
sort
free
of like
agent.
yeah.
Surprised he hasn't been offered a max yet.
Yeah. I'm not sure why that's listed the way it is. Do you want Dean Wade? I mean, he'd be fine. Another one of those players that'd be just okay to get.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit better defender than Oubre. Probably a comparable shooter.
I genuinely don't even know if I have anyone in mind in free agency that I want us to get. I really don't even have a name.
Yeah.
Funny enough. I just hope it's a good signing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think more so it's going to be more important who we get in the trade for one of our guards.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to the most, if we are to do something with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be
All
right back. Give me 2 seconds.
Anything else happening around the NBA? There's a rumor Chicago wants Max Strus. Is he a free agent or is he just, is that like a trade rumor, Alex? Is he like an outright unrestricted free agent? Crushables Norman Powell moment incoming. Yeah, I famously went to the bathroom when Norm Powell was announced back. Re-signing that 5-year, $90 million deal with the Blazers. Yeah, we got another big, little bit different skill set than Klingon and Rob Will, but I think it's pretty clear they have no faith in Young Hansen being able to contribute in the next year or two. I don't want Matisse to re-sign, but if we're gonna, I'd rather give him like $5 million than Oubre 10 or 12 million. Yeah. Nathan wants us to get his guy Jake Layman. He's available.
Has he even been in the league?
No, he hasn't.
I didn't think so.
I think he might
also
overseas.
Minnesota at one point, but
I think he had an injury too that kind of ruined his career.
You think it's interesting that Jalen Duren wants to go to Sacramento, apparently?
I also heard he wanted to go to Boston, but
I just saw that too, but
just I'm assuming like the Kings just wanted to pay him, but if Detroit's offering the max that other teams can offer, just not the max they can offer, he's kind of screwed. So
yeah,
like he can't sign for 5 years with any other team. So Detroit kind of has him.
It's just kind of funny because if you're willing to go sign with Sacramento, then you genuinely only care about getting paid.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they have Sabonis, but they have definite need for players right now. I think
for sure. I get it for Sacramento's standpoint. It's just Duren's standpoint. It's kind of funny.
Getting some like bigs, like a rim running big to pair with Acuff, I think would be important.
Yeah, for sure. I would like it for Sacramento because I mean, who else are they gonna pay? I don't hate that idea at all. I think it's just kind of funny that Duren wants to just go get a bag.
Well, they actually don't have any cap space, so it would have had to be a sign and trade.
Yeah, I know it's a bonus, but yeah, so they don't really have a choice, or Detroit would have to obviously work with Sacramento for that to happen, which I saw Marcus Spears say they're not going to, or whatever. So it was just kind of funny.
Where did Caleb Love go? Nowhere yet. I don't know if the Blazers sign him, like, it's obviously just like the 15th person on the roster, but it it almost have to be because they had a trade lined up, right? I don't know if he waits around to find out if that's happening or not. I think he might be a casualty of this roster.
Yeah.
Shaggy doesn't want him back, apparently. Yeah, it was Carlson might play summer league, only be in the league 2 years, maybe. We don't. We need some players, some bodies for the summer league team. We didn't have a single draft pick, so.
Not at all. It was weird not having a pick at all in this draft. Very strange.
Did you get a logo of every team back there? Do you have every team?
Oh yeah, I got this at Hobby Lobby. It's like
nice.
It's a decor thing, but yeah.
That's a cool backdrop.
Yeah. Thank you. I had an NFL one too, but it's just hard to fit back there.
Yeah.
Then I have the Dame shot right there. Or whatever. And then Jaden Daniels, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I mean Rui still makes some sense. I don't know. I guess Dean Wade still makes some sense. Like a 3-4 guy versus a 4-5 guy. I think with Carlson, that might mean they're not even trying for Collins, like more of a 4-5. So I think those type of guys are probably out.
I saw someone say this in chat. That Ari report, dude, I'm sure he's not reliable at all, but he said being told Caleb Love is expected to return to Portland on a standard contract.
Well, we'll see. Ben's Brawley reported it in chat like it was a real thing.
Yeah, I was reading that. So when I saw him say that, I was like, I wonder if he's reading that off a tweet. So like this Ari underscore report. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how reliable he is though. I know a lot of these pages have been just kind of annoying, just tweeting whatever sticks,
throwing everything out there.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't just be adding a 6th guard without any sort of like follow up, right?
I've never even really heard of our report before, to be fair. So I don't know.
Yeah. Would you rather have Rui or Kelly? I would rather have Rui, I think.
Yeah, Rui for sure.
Proven shooter in the playoffs.
Alex, I don't have any planned right now, but maybe later.
I'm taking a road trip in a couple weeks to well, it's in Idaho. It's an amusement park called Silverwood.
Oh, nice.
Taking the kids there to go on some roller coasters, and they have a water park and stuff. So going there, and then there's a place in Washington called Leavenworth. It's just like a kind of like a little resort town, and so gonna go there for a couple days. The amusement park for a couple days.
Heck yeah.
Little road trip.
Yeah, I went to South Carolina last year, Myrtle Beach.
Oh, nice. How was that area? I've never been there.
It was fun. We drove all the way there. It was a 23-hour drive with 2 kids. I would never do something like that again. Obviously, stopped like and stayed at hotels and stuff, but yeah, I would never drive that far again in my life.
Lazy Panda's asking how much salary room we have. So before the Carlson signing, we're at about 15 million under the luxury tax. So um, right about what the mid-level exception was. But if we sign Carlson, we might be able to. If the Carlson, if the 2.5 million is what the minimum contract is now, um, there might be some way we can, because these signings aren't official until July 6th. So if you get someone for the full MLE, you can then sign him either using part of the biennial exception, or if it's a minimum contract, you can sign minimum contract guys to go over the cap. It's just um, the Blazers, if they use any part of the full mid-level exception past the tax mid-level exception, they're basically hard capping themselves, or they're not basically, they are hard capping themselves at the first apron, which is 209 million, and they're at about 189 after the Carlson signing, so they have about 20 million to play with two roster spots left. Um, so yeah, that's probably just like one person for up to 15 million. It would be the most we could get, and then but the other one would probably have to be a minimum, or the other part of the biennial exception. But um, so if Carlson took part of the biannual, that would be well, actually, if he took part of the full mid-level exception and it was 15 million, then we could offer 12 and a half of it to anyone else, and then we'd still have the biannual exception. But the question is, does Tom allow Joe to go over the tax now, with kind of an edict that if we're not where we want to be, you better get back under the tax by the trade deadline, so we're not a tax team? Or does he have like a hard stance, like until this team has a move that's worthy of going into the tax, we should probably not be in the tax for no reason at all? So we'll have to see.
Yeah, that is definitely interesting to think about with Dundon. I mean, I know he has been dragged through the mud ever since taking over, and I've just decided to give him the benefit of the doubt and just realize that things are going to be ran very unconventionally here. He's not going to do things that are normally done, and he does not care what people think.
Yeah.
Which, in a way, I respect until it becomes something that I don't necessarily agree with, which we'll see if that ever happens, or whatever that could be. But so far, I haven't hated anything he's done necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people are going crazy about some of the stuff. But we'll see. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt so far. I think people are jumping a little too early on one side or the other. I know our media has been interesting.
Yeah, to say the least.
I never even heard of that one guy.
Bill Oram.
I never even heard of him until now. Has he always been around?
No, he's been here a couple of years, but so he took over. I don't know if you know who John Canzano is, since you're not local, but he was like,
yeah, I think I did, yeah,
Oregonian columnist for a long time, and then he left to do his own thing. Still in the area though, but this guy came up from L.A., Bill Oram, to be the columnist here, and yeah, like he kind of was a nothing until these last few months, like, and then he just like was trying to make a name for himself by I don't know if you saw his tweets about Ja last night, man.
Yeah, I have.
That was
He's
crazy.
been going crazy.
Yeah.
He just been very aggressive.
And then he just flat out tweeted yesterday that Portland was losing their team, that Dundon's already moving the team, basically. It's like, what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, I don't know. I never, like I said, that makes sense though, because I never even heard of him until now.
As someone said in chat, because like Canzano, I don't really know him that well personally, but in terms of like what people thought about his column and reporting, like I mean, he got the nickname Clownzano for a reason. But like, it's pretty bad if you're like making people wish that that guy was back. You know.
Yeah. No kidding.
Someone suggested trading Scoot and the Wizards pick for Bobby Portis, or not the Wizards pick, the one of the Bucks picks for Bobby Portis. What would you think of that?
No.
Yeah,
No,
hell
no.
no. First of all, we don't need a big now. We got Rob Bull back. I know Portis can play the four a little bit, but and he's a decent shooter, but not a very good defender. At least his defense has fallen off the last couple years. And man, I'm not giving up a Bucks pick for that guy. I mean,
Heck no.
yeah,
Might as well
and
hold on
or
to him.
Scoot. I wouldn't trade Scoot straight up for it.
No. I think Miami needs Portis anyway.
Yeah,
They need as much depth as possible right now.
yeah. Portis got traded in the Giannis trade, so.
Yeah.
Paul George to the Blazers. I mean,
Oh, how the hell are we matching that?
I mean, he's making $50 million or something like that, right? I mean, we could match with Drew and one of Scoot or Shea, but
I wouldn't do that.
one the Sixers, like, I mean, they gave away McCain because they had too many guards. Like, I don't know if we're trying to balance our roster. I don't think that's a good partner. Like, maybe there's a third team where we send some guards to a third team and then they send Paul George to us. But I'd rather have Drew and Sharp or Scoot right now than the way Paul George. I mean, he looked okay, I guess, at times at the end of last season, but I wouldn't take that chance at his age.
No.
Oh yeah, they also drafted Phylon. Yeah, they don't want to do that.
I was very interested in Paul George back when we had those 3 picks, which that didn't
Yeah.
happen. So, but now,
2017.
no. Yeah.
I saw someone say that we should sign Zach Collins back. I think.
Yes, I heard you. Someone said earlier, but that's pretty. I
We
wouldn't mind that.
signed Carlson. Like that's.
Yeah, I don't think that's
like
happening anymore. Then.
the Zach Collins position. So yeah. Yeah, I agree, Carlo, that Orem's been on kind of edging the line of racism with his job post. It's really weird for like someone that's with such a respected local paper that would just have a non-stop campaign against someone.
Yeah. That Ari dude did delete the Caleb Love tweet already, interestingly enough.
What's that?
He already deleted the Caleb Love tweet, so
Ah,
I guess he's not too confident in it.
yeah.
I don't know if the Heat are going to be able to move Jovic. His contract is horrible, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a way, but man, I think they jumped the gun on that signing.
Trevin says, our report is not legit, never been legit. Don't trust anything he says.
Most he's like, I had to mute Evan Sidery too at one point. He was, gosh, man.
What is Trey Young hinting at? Did
Oh,
Trey
so-
Young post something?
Let me see.
I think, well, the Wizards are trying to get a meeting with LeBron for some reason, but yeah,
Oh,
that's
are
gotta
they?
be it. Yeah.
He doesn't he do this all the time though? Yeah, he posted an emoji. Like usual.
Just the eye emoji or what?
No, it's the like peekaboo, like
Okay.
not peekaboo, but he has like one eye. It's like
Yeah.
this,
Yeah.
something like that.
All right. You gonna play peekaboo with us? Yeah. How are your kids doing, by the way?
They're doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome being a father.
Yeah.
How are
Agreed.
yours?
Good as well. My oldest just graduated from Oregon State a couple weeks ago, so
Heck yeah, that's awesome.
yeah.
Yeah, I have seen Sidery like actually DM people, which is interesting.
Yeah.
I've seen people.
And then he
post
blocks
stuff.
them. Yeah.
Yes, I have 2 children, Tristan.
What were your thoughts on the finals and all that? The Knicks winning a championship.
Man, that game, that 29-point lead blown game was wild, man.
The OG tip in.
Yeah, that after that it was over. They had a chance to obviously tie the series, take it back, and then yeah, it was once once that happened, like that's what immediately stuck out to me obviously to think about, but I just think the Spurs are. And then De'Aaron Fox, man, gosh, he was horrible. Some of those turnovers down the stretch, like I get why people were absolutely rinsing him after, but he was terrible. And then Harper blew some layups there at the end.
Mm,
But they're still going to be scary for a long time.
yeah.
The fact that they've ever made it to the finals with all 3 of them on rookie contracts is still impressive as hell. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy for the Knicks. I don't understand what tearing your city down. I don't ever get that. Like Knicks fans were being kind of wild after that, but
I mean, that's been building up for like 50 plus years.
I mean, yeah, I think the Knicks, like them getting a championship is awesome. I think like I wasn't like rooting against it or anything like that. I didn't care who won. I don't mind the Spurs or the Knicks, but yeah, I think it's good for Brunson to get one as a small guard. I think it's cool. I like it.
It was weird seeing a team with Mikhail and OG, 2 wings that we would have died for with Dame.
Oh, I know.
Win one,
LeBron.
yeah.
Yep. We were always in the rumors for those 2 and never pulled it off. Fox was more upset after losing the Sweet 16. I just don't think Fox. I think Fox maybe gets traded at the deadline or next offseason. I don't think he's going anywhere right now.
They probably should move on from him, but his value is so low right now.
Yeah, I just don't know who would take him. Like genuinely, I thought like now that the new CBA is here and like people are really starting to adapt to it, I know it doesn't really affect the Wizards, but I did not think Trae Young was going to get anywhere close to what he got.
No.
I did not think that was going to happen.
I was like, why the heck would he opt out of that contract?
Yeah, but he knew something.
I was thinking like if you sign 4 years, 100 million, like you're still gonna lose. Just become a free agent and get 3 years. Like even if you got the mid level from some team that's pretty comparable, why would you not bet on yourself? But then they gave him what 215 or something. I was like,
yeah,
what the heck?
I thought the most he was going to get like was 30 million annually, and boy was I wrong. I did not think he was getting that much. Again, I know they're rookie, they're able to pay for it, but still it's just interesting. AJ, that's the first time you type something.
It's not, but that's funny that you
Is
said
it? I haven't seen his. I literally looking up and down this chat. I don't see his name whatsoever.
Yeah.
Other than what he just said.
Let's see. So we have a couple of questions. One, what do we think of the Kelly Oubre report? And 2, thoughts on the new signing, Brandon Carlson. I think he might be able to play the 4 a little bit. Yet to be seen, but he is kind of an active big. So yeah, he might be able to, but I don't know. I think he's just insurance, like depth insurance for, obviously you got to protect your investment in Rob Will, keep managing his minutes and stuff. And, so they're obviously not ready for Hansen either. So I don't expect him to play much at the 4, but, he's there in case of emergency. But I don't think it really should affect what else we go after in terms of still needing quality rotation forward. So if he ends up having to play a lot at the 4, I don't think that's good for our outlook on the season. In terms of Kelly Oubre, I'm I've never really been a big Kelly Oubre fan. Um, I think his defense has been kind of overrated, although it's been okay the last couple of years. Um, and he's kind of an inconsistent shooter, but he's like a name that probably would excite Dame or something, even though he's a little older now. But I don't know. I think there's better forwards that you could get for the um, amount of money they have available to use. So I'd prefer them to go after a different forward, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know much about Carlson, but as far as Oubre, pretty much what Eric said. I wouldn't be over the moon about Oubre. I mean, he's a fine player, but I would prefer to get something else in Kelly Oubre. I kind of hope that's not where they go.
What did you think about Kawhi back to the Raptors today?
It's interesting. I'm a little surprised. I'm a little surprised he wanted to go back there. He left in the first place. I get it. You get out of the West, and East is probably going to be an easier conference. And Scotty and him could be interesting, especially if Kawhi plays similar to what he did last year. And I know someone pointed it out already, but the fact that the Raptors gave up like way more now than they did for 27-year-old Kawhi is kind of funny.
Yeah, that is funny.
But I think it's fun. I think it's a fun move for the Raptors. I like it. It's interesting, that's for sure. I'm just a little surprised by Kawhi wanting to go back there.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to retire there. That kind of shocked me a little bit.
Brian says, "What about Mamu? Should we target him?" I don't think Mamu makes any sense now. We literally signed 2 centers today. I know he can maybe play a little bit of 4, but I don't think he makes any sense. I don't think John Collins makes a ton of sense either. I mean, you still take him if you can get him, but kind of just positionally, the Blazers kind of put themselves in a position where they already have 4 centers on the roster. I don't think they need a 4-5 now like they might have needed earlier today to back up Rob Will. Unless they're just not going to play Carlson at all and just sign him for no reason.
Right. I'd expect and hope that the next move would be at forward.
How about Gary Trent? I mean, why would you sign another guard? Like that doesn't. I'm sorry, it makes no sense other than he can shoot the ball a bit. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think Gary Trent makes any sense for this roster. He's undersized if you play him at the 3. So unless we're trading out like 3 guards in another trade, I don't know. Is Leonard the best Raptor ever? That's
No,
so hard. That's
that
so
goes to DeMar DeRozan. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, it could.
It could. It definitely could. But
Kawhi's played
if
there
Kawhi-
1 year. Like if he
yeah,
wins
if he
another
would've
ring,
stayed, then I would say yes. But
Yeah.
he wanted to leave as fast as possible. I mean, man wanted a championship and still left. But you could make the argument the fact that he brought him a championship, he could. But Kyle Lowry was obviously really important for them for a long time, but I don't know if I would call him the greatest. I don't know.
yeah, they have a lot of players. People mentioning Vince Carter, Chris Bosh. They had some players that had long careers there. I mean, you can even maybe throw in Siakam and OG, but I don't know. Still feels like, I mean, you made a joke kind of, but DeRozan
Yeah.
was their franchise for a while. But
I do feel for him though. Immediately once he gets traded, they won a championship without him. Be interested to see where he goes, assuming the Kings do get rid of him. He's always such a weird fit with teams.
Cleveland's trying to dump Max Strus in order to open up room for LeBron or another forward.
I wouldn't mind Strus as a shooter, but his contract is just so big it'd be hard to match it right now.
I think we can match him with Scoot if we're going.
I don't know if I can do that though.
Or I mean, Shea obviously matches it, but I don't want to do that either. But Strus is like he's. I mean, he plays kind of like a 3, but he doesn't have the size really to play a 3. So. Josh Sargent had a $5 super chat. Says Crushables 2K Blazers run with Trey Murphy has me convinced he is the move. Do you guys have any better forwards in mind?
No, to me that is the dream. That's at least my opinion. I think he's the dream scenario.
I mean, better forwards is a tough question. If you're asking who's better than Trey Murphy that we can get, there's not many options. Especially with Ja now, I think Trey fits better than Jaylen Brown even. But I don't know, man. I think there's other forwards we could get. I keep mentioning PJ Washington, someone like that who would have a much cheaper price tag. Maybe doesn't give us the ceiling that a Trey Murphy would have if he broke out to be like an all-star, but just the amount of pieces we'd have left over to still make a huge trade down the line, I think I would go for a move like that over going for Trey Murphy at this point with Ja in the mix too.
Yeah, I traded Sharp and 2 of the Bucks picks for him. I don't know if the Pelicans would accept that. And
no, I think they're asking for at least 3, if not 4. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but if that were the price, I think I'd consider it.
Mm-hmm.
AJ, you traded what?
Yeah.
Sorry, man. Someone has to go in that scenario, AJ.
Right.
You're willing to get 4 picks plus Shea for him. Man, I don't know if I can get to 4 picks. You would be really investing heavy in Trey Murphy.
I forgot what video it was of yours. There was another one, a Blazer one. I forget if it was like around Christmas time or maybe like last off season. But it was one where we made a trade for someone, I forget who, and then we signed Dylan Mitchell, or not Dylan Mitchell, Dylan Brooks, sorry, and won a championship like right after that. I don't know if you remember that video or not.
Like, was I using the Blazers or was it just?
Yeah, you used the Blazers, and you signed Dylan Brooks.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I don't remember.
And you ended up winning a title. And so I was like, ever since then, I was like, oh, we should get Dylan Brooks. No.
I think I do briefly remember, but as far as which one, I have no idea which one that was.
No, Alex, we do not have a trade exception for Max, nor would we want Max through right now. So. Yeah, see, Brooks is another one of those guys, like, I know he plays the 3 or whatever, but, I mean, like, height-wise, he's more of a 2, but, like, I don't know. He can play the 3. It doesn't necessarily make us bigger, but it does give us a huge, like, edge to our defense, like, an attitude, so... I don't know.
Brooks, John, JB in the locker room.
Well, like if we're trading for Brooks, we're not trading for JB.
Yeah, it'd be tough to pull off. Plus, the Suns seem to think they're gonna be something, so I don't think they're gonna be looking to trade Brooks either.
I can't believe they traded for Miles Bridges.
7.
Now they're gonna give him an extension or something.
Yeah, I can't. trading a pick 7 years into the future for Miles Bridges is certainly a decision.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
And
That's
having it
wild.
unprotected.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, no one even knows what 2033 will be like.
That's awesome, Alex. I'm hyped for you guys that you got Malik Thomas. Did you watch the draft, or you just kind of like?
Yeah, I watched the draft. I watched it.
Do you, since you do like because like obviously you have to include all those guys in your builds and stuff. Like, does that help you a little bit, or do?
Yeah, because I do, and there's other people that do it too, but I like to do it for me and my the community. I have a share scenario where I update, because 2K obviously didn't do it themselves, and I update every transaction for as much as I can. 2K has made it harder this year, to be fair, kind of annoying, but yeah, basically once the second round was over, I like put every pick correctly in 2K. It wasn't easy, but it's a little time consuming, but it makes my videos more accurate, which I appreciate. And then I share it with everybody if they want to use it. So yeah, I've been like updating every move as much as I can here as well. Right now, I have a little bit of a weird setup. My TV, I usually don't have a TV in here like this, but
Marv says, I'm to where the only way the John trade makes sense is if we have another injury-laden season and only one of Drew, Dame, and Ja are healthy at the same time. Well, I mean, we could. I mean, if those three are on the roster still, and we traded Scooter Sharp, I still see a way it could work out, but it's going to be weird seeing Ja and Dame try to figure things out on the court together. Like, I still don't know how that's going to necessarily work, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested. It's going to be fun, at least. It will be fun to watch, but it's going to be weird. Batum is a free agent. The Clippers did not pick up his option.
Yeah, it's probably. I mean, it's just a depth piece, but I mean, we only have 2 roster spots now, and we definitely need a backup small forward and a backup power forward. So, unless we're having a trade where it's sending out some pieces, and he'd be like a third forward option. I don't know if we can afford to like sign those type of players right now.
Yeah, I was like trying to update stuff the other day and I was trying to see if the Clippers had officially, what they're going to do with Batum's option, and like a Reddit article from 9 years ago popped up when we traded him. I was like, oh my gosh, that is a throwback.
Yeah.
For Vonleh and Henderson or something like that.
Yep, Gerald Henderson, Noah Vonleh. And they signed him to like a massive.
Oh my gosh,
contract.
He got a bag. You already said, my man, it's hard for me to say when this team isn't if they went out there, according to 2K, if they went out there right now, they could win 59 games, apparently. That's what 2K thinks.
Well, you decided trade, or you traded for Trey Murphy.
Well, I did do that, but I also
you just ran a.
I did one too where I do shorts for my videos.
Yeah,
So I did one where the roster was just the way it is right now. I moved Sharp to the 3, Denny to the 4, Kamara to the 3, and we won 59 games, I think. So they still liked it.
Dang, we're good.
But like I said, John Morant is like really kind of OP in 2K for some reason. I'm not sure why, but he is. But yeah, we made it to the conference finals and lost in 7 to the Timberwolves in that one.
Nice. I'll take that season.
Yeah.
Screw
it would be heartbreaking to lose in Game 7, though.
Yeah, it would, but I mean, it's better than not making the playoffs or going out in the first round.
Right. Trey Murphy and Jordan Hawkins for Shea, Scoot, and a Bucks pick in like 5 seconds. Damn. I would consider it, but
I'd probably do that, yes, but the Pelicans aren't doing that, so.
it's kind of interesting that Jordan Hawkins hasn't really carved a role.
Yeah, it's been bad. LeBron to Portland, is that insane to say? Yeah, I mean,
I don't think that's gonna happen.
I would definitely. It sounds like he's got interest from several teams that are weird, like the Wizards. So I'd definitely call and see if he wants to. But
yeah,
I doubt he'd come here.
Oh, Scoop B is the source on LeBron to Washington.
Oh, really?
That's what it's on.
Okay, there we go.
That's about as good as a source as it gets.
Yeah. In theory, we could retrade Ja by himself.
Yeah.
For like multiple pieces, but I don't think they're gonna do that either.
I am not from Oregon.
So the follow-up's going to be, how'd you become a Blazer fan?
Yeah. Basically, I don't know how it happened, but I started getting into sports. Like, it wasn't always my thing growing up. I used to be a big WWE fan, funny enough, but like probably around 2012, I stopped watching. And then I transitioned to getting into sports around 2015, I feel like. And Damian Lillard was someone that I really liked, and he just ended up being my favorite player. And yeah, so Damian Lillard's a big reason why I'm a Blazers fan. That's a big part of it. And then my dad used to like the Blazers teams back in the day too. Like, he gave me this cup. He's had it for a long time. That's pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
How old is your dad?
He's 50, I think.
Okay.
I should know that, but it escaped. I honestly sometimes, I don't know if this is crazy to say, but sometimes I forget how old I am.
Yeah.
Like, I stopped counting almost.
Yeah,
like,
at some point it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Like, sometimes I have to double ask myself, wait, am I 26 or 27? And yeah, so. Then sometimes I get relief when I realize, oh, I'm not 28 yet. I'm only 27, so.
Marcus is so no, I'm older than his dad. I have a few years, but I'm pretty old too.
Did you become a Bucks fan for 2 years? No. I mean, I rooted for Damian Lillard and the Bucks, obviously, but no, I stayed a Blazers fan.
I said this before you got on here, but man, it's crazy that Dame had a starter actively tanking games his first year on the Bucks.
I know. Yeah, I was hearing you talk about that. Alex, how old do you think I am? Andre the Giant?
That's like 80s, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, yeah, obviously I've heard of Andre the Giant, but like I can't say I liked him because I wasn't around.
I'm pretty sure he's been dead before you were alive.
Yeah, probably.
I'm going to look this up. When? He died in 93, bro.
Yeah, I wasn't even
That's a wave of... Come on, Alex. Like what? The Rock and Stone Cold and those guys? Is that more in the wheelhouse?
Yeah, for sure. Like early 2000s, they call it the ruthless aggression era.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was more my tune.
Yeah.
Rey Mysterio used to be my favorite growing up. I can't watch it nowadays though. The product is just, you can just tell a little too much now.
Taylor says, "Crush, did you see Welt play in person?"
Yes, I did.
What's up, Carson? How you doing?
I was courtside for his 100-point game.
So you're along with the lie.
Yeah.
You played along.
Yep. Windhorst, Keith Smith said Windhorst said on ESPN, what if Jaylen Brown goes to the Cavs and LeBron James joins him there?
Well,
That'd be wild.
I don't know if you heard what Windhorst said earlier today. But I don't know if you saw this quote from Windhorst earlier today. I'm gonna read it out loud.
I don't think I've heard anything about Windhorst said today, so it's probably new to me.
So this morning he was on one of the shows and said, the Cavs are working on a few trades per Windhorst, and then his quote was, "They are working on trades. I'm not going to tell you who they are working on because I can't deal with it in my life."
What?
I don't know what the hell that means. So yeah, I don't know what that means, but I guess Jaylen Brown and LeBron would make Windhorst not be able to deal with his life.
I just spit on my monitor. You say that. Oh my lord.
Yeah.
That's an interesting quote.
Josh asked who was each of our favorite 90s Blazer.
I was 99, so I can't really say I had a favorite one.
I mean, Drexler still counts as 90s. Drexler was my guy growing up. Always be my guy. But I don't know. Ever since, like, he did the thing, I mean, if you've watched videos before I switched over permanently to this channel, I make a lot of jokes about Clyde's cursing of our team and his attitude towards the Blazers. So I'd still say Clyde, but my favorite 90s Blazer, I don't know. I really like Jerome Kersey too. So, but pretty much anyone from that team's awesome. Cliff Robinson's awesome. Part of that though is those guys like were around the community too, other than Drexler and like Terry Porter, seeing him at games and stuff recently, and Jerome was a good ambassador for the Blazers. Great dude. And Cliff will always have a special place for me because like, man, I'd see him all the time like the grocery store and stuff, and he was just like such a nice guy. So awesome. Always nice to my mom as well.
Rashid was always a fun player to look back on.
Yeah.
And that Jailblazers documentary was pretty fun to watch.
Yeah. People that took some liberties. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, I kind of watched your guys' reaction to that. Yeah, where you guys said they left a lot of details out.
Yeah. Oh, they kind of like made the timeline seem like it was worse or like better for the players than it was in real life. If you go by the real timeline, it looks a lot worse for them. But yeah. I mean, Angel was only here 2 years, I think. So. Man, this is. I mean, I know we've had big moves over the last week or so, starting with the Giannis trade last Monday, but this has been very quiet.
Yeah, it's most dead I've ever seen it. The next Mike and Mike, aren't they coming back? I thought I saw something about that.
I think he's referring to maybe the Blazers Mike and Mike.
Yeah, Blazers Mike and Mike. Yeah.
But yeah, the Golics are Mike Golic and Mike Golic Jr. getting a show back on ESPN.
But yeah, I did love Mike Rice, and they were fun. They were always fun to listen to.
my franchise goat. There's actually a video on this channel about that as well. But yeah, I choose Dame as my franchise goat.
Yeah, mine would be Dame, obviously, as well.
I've never eaten at Cafe du Barry, no. I mean, part of that, Snaggy, was that he said free agency fell off this year, 2018, 2019 class destroys, whatever this is. Part of that, though, was like 2019, we had the huge Kawhi / Paul George trade that like rocked the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, just with teams having to like manage the cap a little better than they used to have to, and the tampering things like you mentioned, Crush, it makes it tough to sign people right away, or even if there's probably like 20 deals that have been agreed to, they're just waiting so they don't get any sort of
Yeah.
like look or second thought of if it's tampering or not. Yeah, Kawhi and PG were days into free agency. I get it, but well, the other thing that's happened, Crush, is that because teams can sign their own free agents before
That too,
free agency
yeah.
now, so that
Yep.
takes away a ton of. Oh, is Rob Will going to sign? Like, nope, we've already re-signed him. So
Yeah, I do
doesn't
like
matter.
that rule, though. I think it's cool.
I do like the rule. It has helped teams keep players, I think, but it also makes this a little less entertaining. But
Definitely.
and it makes it a little less suspenseful too.
That's true. But I'm glad Rob is back. I thought Jason Quick was onto something there, saying he was going to leave, but
Yeah,
there's so many signs, like everyone's pointing out, that he was like posting stuff. It just felt like he was going to be back, and I'm glad he is.
yeah, me too.
So someone part of the Dame trade sticking around. I love it.
Well, technically, Tamani was too,
Yeah, for sure.
kind of.
How are we still the favorite to get Jaylen Brown on, or get HJB on Kalshi?
I'm assuming that's Jaylen Brown. Probably just an extra
Yeah.
letter there.
I,
It's just as simple as we still have the contracts that can easily match, and we still have all our draft capital after that trade yesterday. So I think that's it. But
yeah. I don't really look at that stuff anymore.
yeah, is Deron Holmes any good? That's tough, Marv, because he missed his whole rookie year with that injury, and then I mean he played a little bit last year, but I don't think we've been able to really see what he can do too much yet in the NBA.
Sorry, I searched Jalen Duren's name on Twitter just to see if there was any like reports, and one of the suggestions was Jalen Duren Hitler.
What? Okay.
Yeah, like what the?
It must have been after one of his bad playoff games or something.
Yeah. Oh, I think we got some maybe. Oh wow, we got something.
What
Kind
is
of
it?
move. Keon Ellis is going to the Brooklyn Nets for 2 years, $18 million.
I don't know what the Nets are doing, but okay.
I think they're trying to be competitive, but yeah.
I mean, that's a good contract for Keon. Yeah.
Randall, Keon Ellis, they are cooking this
They still have
offseason.
Michael Porter Jr. Who did they drafted? They got Mikal Brown.
Mikal
Right?
Brown, yeah.
Yeah. And then they still got the 5 draft picks from their 5 first rounders from last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Powell, Damon.
Then they re-signed Sharp
Sheriff.
and Minot already.
Yeah. I still think Sharp is someone that a team that needs a center should take a flyer on, but
Yeah, he sounds. It does feel like he's gonna get his opportunity to start this year, though. At
Yeah,
least.
with Claxton moving on, but
Yeah.
yeah, they're in that like weird situation where they don't own control of their pick this next draft, so it makes no sense for them to outright tank again. I mean, it might
Yeah.
not anyways with the new rules, but um, they have no reason to be bad, so they're like just making these moves to be as mediocre as possible. It's kind of funny. I would not take Sohan on the Blazers. Just, I mean, it can't do anything on offense, so you're just getting him for defensive purposes, and I feel like we need some guys who are good on both sides of the ball.
But no, I wouldn't want someone either.
Yeah. Did the Dame trade to Milwaukee work well or not well for Portland to this point? What did we all get for Dame? Did Denny come from the Dame trade? Um, Denny ended up coming, yes, from two of the pieces from that trade. Um, and I guess we got Malcolm Brogdon for Drew as part of the Drew trade. So, yeah, technically that was an offshoot of that. Now, could the Blazers have traded Washington 2 first anyway and still gotten him possibly? Maybe, who knows? I don't know. But yeah.
I think the trade worked out amazing in the
Yeah.
most craziest way possible because you hardly ever see what Dame went through. We obviously traded Dame, got Drew Holiday, traded Drew Holiday, and then yes, we did end up trading Simons, but then we end up with Holiday, and then we get Dame Lillard back because he got bad out. Like very, very strange, but it like all worked out, and we hung on to.
Then we decided to trade for Ja.
And now we did that. So I was really liking where we were going until the jaw thing. It makes me feel really weird about what we're doing now.
I agree with all you said. If Scoot ends up being the odd man out here, though, and we move on from him, I'm always going to wonder what would have happened. Dame coming off a season, he scored average 32 a game. If we would have traded that pick, let's just say for OG, and went like actually gave Dame a legit chance at winning,
Yeah.
made some other smart moves, like how would that have worked out the last 3 years? We'll never know that, but so if we end up like giving up on Scoot in the next year or two, that's always going to be one of those things. Like, yeah, it might have worked out several years down the road, but what could have happened in those years if we would have actually shopped that pick?
Yeah. Does make you wonder, but that's why I thought, okay, we're in a great position now. Dame's back. We don't know how he'll be, obviously, after. We have the ability to make the biggest swing we can make, and then we take the... Yeah, like... Yeah, that's where it all falls apart for me. I really loved where we were going until now. It's just weird now. If we would have took Amin Thompson instead, it's definitely something to think about, but we'd have the same problem we do now. We'd still need shooting.
Mm-hmm. Has Scoot's value ever been lower, though? I don't know. I mean, you could point to... It's so weird. It's like... Scoot had one of the worst stretches I've ever seen when he came back from injury after a few games of being somewhat good. and then kind of got it back together and had a really good stretch, including the playoff first couple games, first 3 games of the playoffs, where he obviously has that 31 point performance in our winning game too. So there's things you can point to that, like, wow, he's really improving. Like, he was still coming back from an injury, wasn't 100% back or whatever, or like back into like game mode, coming back that late in the season. So I think you could convince yourself that he still has some value and still has some potential. But at the same time, you can point to a lot of games where he's was like terrible and maybe just going to be always wildly inconsistent. But I don't necessarily think his value is lower than any point right now. But this trade might have made his value lower, because now if Portland tries to shop him, I mean, they're like, it's more like, oh, well, we're doing you a favor by taking this guard for our forward instead of, oh, yeah, let's work something out that benefits both teams. Taylor says if you can win a title with Brunson is the one we could have won with Dame.
Very possible.
Yeah, I know for a fact the Blazers could have gotten Trey Murphy, Herb Jones, and multiple first round picks for number 3. And the Blazers had the Gary Payton trade exception that they could have absorbed both of those contracts because they hadn't signed extensions yet at that point. And like I posted something about it on Twitter and got killed. Like, oh, you don't trade a star for role players and all this stuff now. Like, there isn't a single person really that wouldn't trade Scoot for Trey Murphy and Herb Jones, let alone having picks on top of that too.
To be fair, and I'm not just saying this to say it, I did really like that idea when you posted it. I actually agreed with you. I thought that was a decent idea to go with.
I get it. Like, a lot of people, including Joe Cronin, were worried about what that third, like, you trading a star. It would have been the same thing, I think, if someone traded one of the top picks in this draft too.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I don't know.
And maybe Scoot would be better off being in New Orleans, if he was traded there.
Yeah, he would have had his own team from the jump.
Yeah.
I know Scoot's like camp was not necessarily happy that we drafted him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, Scoot just wanted a ball. He didn't really care, but
yeah.
Just like, even if we traded Dame, it was the pressure of being the guy that.
Oh yeah, no, he came in with
yeah.
He came in with a really rough expectations because he had to prove himself immediately if it was people were gonna love him or not. So I do feel for him in that regard. It's just the way they set that up was not ideal. Could have hired a different GM.
Yeah, that's also true. Or at least seeing if anyone out there had some fresh ideas for the roster.
I don't know, man. I'd like to think there will be a follow-up move, but for some reason my guts tell me they might just go with this.
I mean, they have to get a forward right now. They have no. I mean, unless you think City and V are like, that's good enough rotation pieces. They don't have any. I mean, like, I guess Sharp and Drew would have to play some 3, but they don't have any depth at the 3-4 positions really. So Yeah. Yeah.
Brunson's better than Dame because he won a championship. Well,
Who said that?
he said, or Brian's asking thoughts
Uh,
on people saying Brunson's better than Dame because he won a championship.
I mean, it's hard to dispute that because he won,
Yeah.
but I mean, you put Dame on that team at Brunson's age, and I think he's. I mean, I don't know if he's winning a championship, but he's getting pretty far in the East this year too with that team. So, yeah. I mean, that's a little different, Cuddy. He says Adam Morrison won 2 chips with the Lakers. Um, it's, but I mean, Brunson was a starter, the Finals MVP. It's a little different than someone who never plays winning a ring and comparing him to that. I mean, Brunson was a huge part of why they won a ring. So I know you're playing, but yeah,
But yeah, I think Dan says it best. Ring culture is pretty bad. Like,
yeah. Well, that's why, because for any of you that are curious on like a deep dive on it, like I said, there's a video on this channel where Rich and I talk about um, or like we rank our all time Blazers or whatever. But part of it for me was always if because like people say, well, Drexler. I mean, you can't argue with Walton winning a ring and being the Finals MVP or whatever. Um, but if you would have said that Dame had the level of talent of the roster that Clyde had in the 90s, that he would have fell flat on his face and been a first round exit. I watched the dude take CJ McCollum, or not really take, but CJ was okay that, or had some moments in that playoffs. But I saw a lineup with CJ McCollum, Al-Farouq Aminu, Mo Harkless, and Ennis Cantor make the Western Conference Finals with Dame. You can't tell me if he had Terry Porter, Buck Williams, Kevin Duckworth level, Cliff Robinson, those kind of talented players around him, that he couldn't have had a better career or more possibly won a ring or whatever. But yeah.
sometimes it's simply circumstances. But everyone's so quick to talk about who's better than who instead of just appreciating how good players are just in general. Doesn't always have to be a comparison thing.
Yeah.
Wendy said people believe that Sandro is headed to the Lakers and will replace Rui.
Yeah.
I've just now seen that.
I don't know if I like that move from the Lakers. I think they need more. If I'm them, you have Reeves, you have Doncic. Doncic proved he was best with like Lively and Gafford, like super rim running athletic bigs. I don't like pairing him with like an under the rim, kind of more of a bruising 4-5 in Mamu.
Right.
I'm not saying Mamu's a bad player. I think he's fine, but I mean, heck, Rui shot the lights out in the playoffs. He wasn't necessarily the problem either. Maybe defensively a little bit, but I mean, it's not like you're getting a ton better defensively with Mamu versus Rui. So yeah, I think they should have. I would have gone a different route if I was them, with just getting like what Portland was supposedly doing, getting longer, rangier guys, like more lob threats and stuff. But they're gonna make a huge splash. They're probably, I don't know if they get Walker Kessler, but it seems like they're setting it up to make a huge. They also got kind of screwed. I think they were hoping Ayton would opt out of his contract, and he didn't. So.
He was never leaving that on the table.
Yeah.
I think he's been exposed for what kind of player he is.
Tristan, did that just happen now, or are you talking about the stuff that was talked about yesterday with Bill Oram? Marv says he bets Joe does nothing in free agency or trades. He will look at all the undrafted guys that no one else wanted. Sounds like his style. Well, he's already done something in free agency. Hello. He's already made a trade. Whether you like it or not, like I know you don't like it, but he has done two things so far. So, yeah. And most of the good undrafted free agents have signed right after the draft, so there isn't many of those guys to go after either. So I don't get what you're saying.
I will say, if there's anything that's going to happen next, we probably aren't going to know about until it happens. That's what's been going on with the Blazers. It feels like.
With that being said, it's just so weird. Like, there's no other offer close to us for Jaylen Brown. We have the pieces to do it and still have a really good team. It wouldn't really affect our depth that much, and they still didn't pull the trigger on it. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, they're just scared to do it, I guess. Joe must really like those Bucks picks.
Yeah. I think if you gave him true serve, he would say he didn't want to trade them. He wants to keep them. But,
yeah. I mean, they could be very valuable,
yeah.
I guess, but it just sucks not.
I mean, they are, as each trade happens, like Miami spends all their picks on Giannis. So, like, the next big star that becomes available, they're not going to be a play for.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of teams that can. I mean, there's still like the Spurs and the OKC Thunder that you always have to worry about, but most stars that become available, we have finally a chance to like contend with almost any other team's offer. So I get like waiting for the right fit there. If you didn't think Brown was that guy, but I don't know. Like, if you keep waiting for the perfect opportunity, it's just nothing. That's why nothing ever gets done.
Yeah. I haven't heard you say anything on what your opinion is about this. So, do you think John Morant should be able to wear 12, or do you even have a care?
Before the playoffs, I would say he should be able to, because screw LaMarcus, he left us. But seeing LaMarcus back, like he was sitting with Tom Dunn at several of the games, came to practice and stuff, seems to have maybe buried the hatchet with the organization. Definitely buried the hatchet with Dame. So yeah, I don't really feel strongly one way or the other. I'd be fine if Ja got permission to do it. I'd be fine if he chose not to wear it, or LaMarcus chose to not give him that number. I mean, honestly, the Blazers have way too many retired numbers, players that were bit players on good teams just because they won a championship or whatever. And I'm not saying they don't deserve recognition for that, but With how many jerseys are retired, to not have retired like Jerome Kersey and some of the other jerseys they haven't retired. And then on top of that, like when you factor in LaMarcus's career, he's better than most of the Blazers jerseys in the rafters anyway. So I don't know, man. But like Roy hasn't been um, had his number retired either. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Does Brown even make any more make sense anymore given the Jaw trade? I don't know. Like I don't think it is a very clean fit or anything. I still think if you had a chance to do it, especially if Boston lowers their asking price after a while, I think you just go for it and make it work. And Jaw is someone you could always move off of again as an expiring contract next year if it doesn't work out. Um, but I don't think it should preclude you from doing that. But I do agree that it seems like Trey Murphy is such a less clunky fit now with this roster. Um, so I don't really know what they should do, but um, if they're gonna start Damon Drew though, like or Damon Jaw, like trading for Trey Murphy moves Tamani out of the starting lineup most likely, and so like who's your point of attack defender in that lineup? Like our defense is going to really suffer. Put a ton of pressure on Klingon to protect the rim. I don't really know how to make it work. So I don't know if I'm necessarily paying the price to get either of those guys anymore. Just weird scenario. That trade like kind of messed everything up in terms of
Yeah.
roster building. Could Golden State pivot to Murphy? Pivot from what? Like if they don't get LeBron? I think they've wanted Murphy for a while.
Jaden, I kind of said this earlier, but I'm kind of indifferent about Dundon. Like he hasn't. I don't feel strongly at all. Like I think there's a lot of people that have been very strong opinionated about how he's done things, and I've just learned, in my opinion, to think that he's gonna do things weird that are gonna be seen as weird to other teams. It's gonna be different, and we're just gonna have to get used to that. I think I don't think he gives a crap about what anyone thinks about him. He's just going to do things the way he wants to do things, and in a way I respect it. And he hasn't done anything that has upset me yet, but that could come. I'm not sure, but I don't hate him at all like some people do already. I guess that's how I feel about him.
And Michael asked her thoughts on the center signing. I think it's just a filler piece. You hope maybe he can develop into a stretch 4 or 5 and just provide some insurance for when Rob will has to sit out games or if hopefully knock on wood there's injuries or whatever. But I think it's just more of an indictment on Young Hansen not being anywhere close to being a capable rotation player. So, uh, but it is more of a insurance into the bench guy, not someone who's like going to make our rotation or ceiling higher. His game's all right though. Like he seems like he's kind of like a goofball or whatever, but like he can play a little bit. Just like as someone mentioned earlier, he's been in the league 2 years. He's already 27 years old. It's so weird nowadays how you have such a drastic difference between some of these prospects who come out after 1 year at college and some have been there like 5 or 6 years. And
Yeah. Are we getting Jokic? Yes. Totally.
I mean, the Jokic situation is worth monitoring. I don't think you basically be like, oh, we're going to wait for Jokic, especially a team like Portland. You can't really wait for anyone to become available, as seen with Giannis. If they're not willing to re-sign with you, it could be an issue. But, I mean, that is a guy who you, if he becomes available, you offer everything you can for him. And he should still have enough to field a pretty good team around him. But I have a feeling he's going to, if he leaves Denver, he's going to try to make his way to LA to play with Doncic.
Oh, that would be fun. But they pay Kessler. We'll see.
But that's how they get him, is giving Kessler back to Kessler to Denver, and then with other pieces, obviously. But
Jokic in LA would be pretty funny, though.
Yeah.
That's like the last place I would expect him to want to go to.
Yeah, I can't see him like wanting the team or that city a bit necessarily, but
yeah, but playing with Luka would be the one that does it.
Crush EB and I are going to see the Sonics. Are you coming with Alex too?
I guess.
Are you swooping up to pick him up on the way, Alex? Yeah, Alex and I have talked about going up to a game up there when the Sonics come back.
That'd be
It's going to be a hot ticket for a couple of years. We might have to wait a few years to be able to afford tickets. Like the Kraken is still super expensive ticket up there.
Yeah, someone asked me when the last time I went to a game was, and I don't think I've been since like 2019, which is wild.
Are you serious? 7 years?
Yeah. I can't believe it. Almost feels like I was there yesterday, but I think it's legit been 7 years since I've been to a game in OKC. That's where I've always gone.
Yeah. How long of a drive is that?
Like 3 hours.
Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, that's about how long it is from Portland to Seattle. What are you? I'm trying to think of a map. Are you anywhere close to where they're having the NBA Cup now in Indiana?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Let me see. I've never been to Indiana. 10 hours. It's not terrible.
Yeah. That's about how long it is from here to San Francisco. Driving, at least.
Right.
That'd be cool to go to an NBA Cup game just as a general NBA fan.
Yeah, that would be wild. Yeah, the last game I went to was, I think, when Dame and Russ were talking crap to each other at the free throw line. We lost that game.
Dang.
Yeah. But that was the year we beat them in the playoffs, so it was bittersweet.
I guess, yeah, you're not really... I mean, 3 hours is kind of close, but not really. And then you had, like, COVID in between there and stuff, so...
Yeah. The first game I went to was when Kawhi was still on the Spurs, and the Spurs just rested everybody.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You didn't get to see anyone play?
I didn't get to see anybody.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where, you've never been to Portland, right?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Maybe, the Blazers, go on like a playoff run or something. You could be the like Portland celebrity version
yeah,
of like the New York celebrity.
Okay, sure, yeah.
I mean, we don't really have much.
Yeah.
You laugh, but it's a pretty sad little celebrity row we have. No disrespect to any of them. It's just like watching the the
The
finals this
only
year.
the only one I can think of, and I don't even know how big of a Blazers fan she is. Wasn't it Elizabeth? And I think she's an actor. I may be saying her name wrong, but I swore. Yeah, I don't know.
Who?
I might be thinking of her name wrong. The only movie I can think of that she's in is in Role Models at the top of my head. But I thought she was a Blazers fan. Let me see if I can find her name. Elizabeth Banks. I thought she was a Blazers fan apparently, but I don't know
Is
if
she?
that's.
I don't.
I swear I saw that one time.
I would think she'd be more of a Lakers fan.
I could be wrong though.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, I might be thinking of somebody else.
I know there's been like there's been a few times where something is shot in Portland where the actresses will like go to games while they're here or something, but that's about the extent of it.
Right. Yeah, I don't think we have much then.
Yeah, we had are you a fan of Yeet?
No.
That was didn't they have the Blazers had like some game featuring him or something this year. It was Yeet night or something.
So AI overview says that Fred Armisen, Emma Stone, Anthony, and then Elizabeth Banks
Really?
is an outspoken Blazers fan. So I did get
Emma
that somewhere.
Stone?
Yeah.
What? I get Fred Armisen because he filmed that Portlandia show here, but that's what I was talking about. Like just
Yeah.
by association, by yeah. All right, can we get just one more signing? Just something to talk about. Just something. What has Shams been doing? Like, is he just chilling, or is he actually like, is he tweeting out rumors or anything?
He's blocking people apparently.
Is he on like ESPN talking?
This might have been fake, but some guy commented chop chop trade boy and he blocked him apparently.
Nice.
That's a crazy thing to say.
In terms of the Cavs losing Keon Ellis, I would say that sucks for them, but I mean I didn't really see him play much in the playoffs, so like it didn't really matter. They didn't really get a huge shot in the playoffs to do anything.
So Mark Stein has said something about the Lakers, but I think he kind of already said this earlier, but he said it again. The growing anticipation league-wide is that the Lakers ultimately secure commitments on new contracts to Toronto's free agent Sandro and Philadelphia free agent Quentin Grimes while still pursuing their top summer target, Walker Kessler. So Grimes, Mamu, and Walker Kessler could be their offseason.
I mean, I kind of like the fit of Kessler and Grimes there, but I don't know. I would be kind of disappointed if I had that much cap space and that's what I ended up with.
Yeah, I wouldn't like that either. So Grimes would be a bench guy then at that point. Would they envision Sandro starting? Or I guess he'd be a backup? I don't know. That's weird.
I still have 8 and 2, I guess.
Yeah. Not really sure that's what Lakers fans will be looking for. Kessler, I like Kessler.
Yeah.
But Sandro being the guy to replace Rui is an interesting thought.
Kessler's like, I guess he can kind of be a lob threat. He's not like super athletic. It's a shame he got hurt last year because he was showing some stuff to his game. I was like, whoa, is this the same Walker Kessler? Like, he was throwing dimes and like handling the ball a little bit, and I was like, okay, but it was kind of a short sample size preseason
Yeah.
and a little bit. I think how many games did he play last year? It was just a few, right?
Single digits, right?
Yeah, I want to say like 5 or 6 or something.
5 games played. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like hitting threes, like Robbie says.
75% from three. Oh my lord.
Yeah, but like it wasn't just like, oh, look, he made a 3-point shot. Like it actually looked legit. Like he just looked completely different. Like someone bopped him with a confidence gun or something, and like just became like an offensive threat. And so that is interesting. But I don't know if a team with Luca and Austin Reeves really needs your center to be a playmaker too necessarily. But yeah, I think like Duran would fit way better with those two guards. But I don't know. Whoa, Kelly Oubre's planning to meet with the teams including the Blazers. Just messing with you, fanatics. Yeah, we did discuss that. Doesn't really excite either of us. Yeah, I mean it's fine. I just hope we don't pay him too much. Like if he's a 5 to 7 million guy, I guess I'm okay with that. I just think they're in a position to not just get like the most basic role players. I think they have a chance to like between what they have available contract wise with the majority of the MLE and trading one of the guards for someone. I think they have an opportunity to really bolster that rotation into 8 or 9 deep, like really high end 9-man rotation. And if they come out of it with, oh, we're gonna try to make this John Dame thing work while having a kind of okay / weakish bench, I think that's a failure of an offseason with the assets they had to do more. David said he walked away for an hour and came back to only Keon Ellis happening. Yeah, not very exciting.
Yeah, it's been very, very slow. Feels like free agency is getting worse every year.
Another person coming and asking about the center edition. He's fine, just depth piece. Indictment on Jan Hansen as a, a contributor anytime soon. Nice to have some insurance for Rob and Klingon. I think there's maybe some potential to be just like an active big like that you feel okay about playing, but once again doesn't really do anything to raise our 9-man rotation like I was saying. Rich and I kind of talked about this. What do you think the Celtics like have to trade Brown, or do you think they can salvage that, or what?
I don't think they have to.
Yeah,
I think
him being on contract for 3 years kind of helps their
Yeah.
case of just like, well, what are you gonna do? Sit out?
I feel like the only way, if they had to, is if Jaylen Brown like demanded out. I mean, even then they could still say no.
Yeah. Would it help to move the time of the free agency? No, I don't think that helps. I think it's just, I mean, there aren't a lot of teams with cap space, first of all. A lot of them now, it's so valuable to use cap space with trades where you get picks or whatever for taking on contracts. And then that combined with, I mean, what we had like 20 to 30 players at least that signed contracts over the last few weeks, where that in previous years they would have been unable to announce any signings until free agency started, and then maybe, oh well, before I sign this I'm just going to talk to this other team, and then it was more, interesting because like we had, oh no, we might lose so and so, but now it's like, oh, we've already re-signed Rob Will, so we don't need a backup center, so we don't really need to talk to the big name center free agents or whatever. So, yeah. We got our Wemby stopper in Carlson. Yeah, they should have deployed him in that series. Although if he was on a two-way, he wouldn't have been able. He wouldn't have been eligible. I mean, the Blazers can't really just move on from Grant and then not replace his minutes in the rotation and just hope City and Veet can handle that, right? Like,
No, hopefully not.
like I know it became kind of a joke that Nori mentioned CD in the press conference, but that was more because he was staring right at him in the audience because he was at the practice facility. But yeah, I don't think this team could reach its full potential without at least one, if not two, better forwards off the bench. I mean, City's fine. Like, he's a fine player to have on the roster. I just don't think he should be like, oh wow, we're set at power forward because we have City off the bench or something, you know?
Right.
Taylor's writing fan fiction again in chat, I guess.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah. I mean, wouldn't have re-signing Rob Will if we had this monster we're trying to hide be enough. We had to sign 3 centers in front of him just to keep him down.
And isn't the guy that loved Young Hansen gone now, Mike Schmitz? So that pick's kind of weird.
He's the one that got suspended for tampering with him, yeah. So, and it was like, yeah, was following him all around. It's a weird dynamic because I think you could maybe trade him to Dallas, but our alternate governor, the Panda Express guy, I mean, he specifically mentioned that was the only reason he was interested in buying or being part of the group to buy the team. So I don't know if you could. I don't know if Dundon. I know he doesn't care what people think, but if he just flat out was like, "F you" to the owner and just traded Johnson, that'd be crazy. Yeah. I saw someone earlier that was joking about having like we could have a 5 guard lineup and a 4 center lineup. So
yeah,
with like Denny as the point of that lineup. I think Rui's Japanese, right? So I don't know if there's like maybe someone in chat knows better than I do, but I don't know if Asian pride is the same as like Kennard to the Suns.
Yeah, we got another signing.
It's a good move for them. They lost Grayson Allen, right, and Royce O'Neal, so
yeah,
they needed some shooting. I'm assuming it's for the MLE.
Yeah,
the Suns have the MLE.
2 years, $13 million.
Oh, total?
Yeah.
So it's only like 6.
It's like 6.5. Yeah,
that's the biennial exception. Wow. Wow. That's kind of surprising. Not necessarily that he signed there or for that amount, just this early in free agency, you would have thought maybe. So he had some good moments after being traded to the Lakers. Would have thought maybe he would have gotten a little bit more than that elsewhere, but good for
Player
them.
option on the second season.
Good for them. The Lakers lose another player too. So teams kind of dress shooting.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess Kennard can kind of play the three, but until we figure out our guard situation, it's hard to keep adding someone there.
I'll be back.
All right, man. But yeah, I mean, Kennard was, if not the best shooter on the market, one of the best shooters on the market. So he's off the table. Are there comp picks in the NBA if you lose players free agency? Nope, there are not. Maybe there should be. Clayton's going to be our third best shooter out of the starters after Dame and Denny. Yeah. I mean, I think part of the problem with Kamara last year was just with all the injuries, he had to try to do stuff on offense that's not in his bag. So I think I think just going back to a spot up 3-point shooter, cutting occasionally, and focusing on defense, I think it'll be good for Kamara moving forward. I think if they get out and run a little bit, it'll be good for him too. Obviously, should be good at pushing the pace a little bit. Thanks, Freddie. Appreciate that. Also, a big shout out to both Crush and Rich for hopping on here. It's been fun to have you guys to talk to.
Been fun as well. Thanks for having me.
I don't necessarily think people are disrespecting Kamara, and part of the reason why, because he says Dame's the only guy who has made more threes in a Blazer uni in one season than Kamara did last year. Part of that is because he played 82 games, so it's just a numbers game. But I mean, Tamani didn't really take a jump offensively, and you could make a strong argument that certain aspects of his defense kind of regressed a little bit, especially early in the season when he was definitely chasing getting offensive fouls versus playing good defense. And hopefully he can get back to more how he was 2 years ago. But I don't think that's disrespect. I think people are just disappointed that he didn't improve that much and was a little bit less of a defender than he was the year before. Isaiah Joe and Luke Kennard would be perfect here. Those guys would have been perfect had we not had 5 guards. I don't know if you're comfortable with either of them playing minutes at the 3 that much. So I don't know. It's kind of like, I get it. Those guys, Kennard signs were pretty cheap, and Isaiah Joe had for second round picks. I think that was a great move by the Pistons. And yeah, I would love to have either of them as shooting, but yeah, I don't know how the Blazers justify adding another guard, even if he does something different than the ones they have right now. Work Show asks, what do you think the real odds of a bigger move with some combination of Drew, Scoot, or Sharp? I mean, what are the odds? They have to be 100% that one of those guys is traded, right? But if you're asking me what are the odds, I don't know, 50%. Like they have to move one of those guys, right, Crush?
I hope.
Like there's no way. How do you go into next season with all 5 of them? You have to move one of them.
Yeah.
But like, is he gonna get leverage? Is Cronin gonna get leveraged out of making a trade because of people knowing that we're desperate to move one of them? I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, to be fair to Cronin, I actually, unless I'm forgetting something, I actually have liked a lot of the trades he's made lately. I haven't really felt like he's gotten absolutely killed anything. Maybe I'm forgetting something, but I think he's done a good job. Obviously, those first couple of years were pretty rough, but I think he's done a decent job trades-wise. Value has been pretty solid, I think. Krejci was not a bad get. Obviously, Denny was an amazing trade. While John Morant trade is very confusing, it's value-wise, it's pretty awesome.
Like, I think Rich put it best. Like, it's weird that we want to trade, but it's also like so weird at the same time. Like,
yeah,
like what? Like, we clearly won the trade, but like we clearly have like no plan to what we're doing either. Like, it's so weird.
But yeah, I agree with Dan. Like the Young Hansen pick is so confusing. I don't understand
That trade.
at all.
I mean, that trade was only a year ago, and that's gonna prove really bad.
Well, yeah, that was a trade. Now I think about it, forgot about that because I'm like, well, that was just a draft pick. But no, they traded that pick. Yeah, that was weird. I don't. So I guess that is a trade I'm forgetting about. I mean, at least they got an unprotected Magic pick out of it, but will that even be a good pick? Who knows? But yeah, that Young pick was weird, man.
Oh, the Kennard was the tax mid-level exception. That makes sense. I thought the biennial exception was a little more than the tax one, so which is why I thought it was that. But man, I think, I mean, I know Coward was a little injured last year too, and I don't know how much better we would have been, but just having another capable wing last year with all the injuries would have been so nice, playing all those minutes instead of Chris Murray or whatever. And then, man, just having him at worst be slotted in at the backup small forward right now, if not pushing Tamani, because like Coward's a good defender as well. So, man, our rotation would feel so much nicer right now.
Definitely.
But no, we're just going to have, I mean, we had Dame on a roster spot and taking up space last year and not playing, and now we're going to have a first-round pick for in his second year not doing anything. Yeah, and the Orlando pick could help us get something. It also, I mean, it could, if we just keep it with the new rules, maybe Orlando sucks in a couple of years and we end up with a lottery pick out of it, or you get some insane luck and have them like miss out on the play-in or something, and us win the lottery or something with that pick. So maybe it all works out, but just knowing we could have had a competent, really good younger rotation player that can, I know his percentages didn't look great, but his shot form's really good. Like I think long term his shot's going to be fine, and that plays defense, a real 3-and-D with some athletic creation upside. Like that would have been awesome to have last year, but oh well. Yes, we talked about Oubre. But we are one of like 4 or 5 teams that are meeting with Oubre, so like, I don't know.
I don't want him.
I don't get why that's the guy we're focusing on. Like, there's better forwards out there right now that we need to be after. Hopefully, we are.
Right. Like I know we already said, but Rui would be probably my favorite target for sure. I just don't know if he would come here.
Yeah.
Him and Avdia were at Gonzaga together, or were they not? Or did they miss each other? Or sorry,
Washington?
not Avdia. What did I just say? I said Denny Avdia. Who am I thinking?
Him,
Oh,
him and Denny played at Washington for a little bit.
oh, duh. That's why did I say Gonzaga?
I
I
don't
don't know
know.
if I said Gonzaga, but
Yeah.
yeah, Washington. I think I said that earlier in my own stream too. I said Gonzaga, Washington.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing that they liked each other. I don't know.
I don't know if that would shift things for us.
Yeah. David asked how likely you think Denver is trading Gordon. Start to grow on this idea. Um, Man, I don't know what Denver's going to do. They obviously need to do something. Um, and if we're out on Jaylen Brown, like maybe they find a way to get that done. Um, in terms of like a team like the Blazers trading for him, um, well, one, I'm worried about his legs a little bit, um, and being a more athletic type player. Like, is he gonna fade fast as he ages? Um, but more so than that, I'm a little worried that Denver's going to ask so much for him that it's not necessarily worth getting him. But I wouldn't, at this point, I think having him, I mean, I don't know if I would assume he'd start, I guess, and just bring Tamani off the bench. Definitely makes us better if he's healthy. So if we have to give up a little bit to get him, and he still has a couple of good years left in him, I think it'd probably be worth it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how likely. I don't really have a good sense of what Denver's gonna be up to. Have you done any sort of build on Denver? Like what did?
Not. I think I did when they got eliminated,
Oh, okay.
but man, I don't remember what I even did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
don't.
mean, they're kind of stuck with Christian Brown. I keep making this joke like on Discord or whatever that our big move, follow up move, is going to be Sharp for Christian Brown.
Oh man.
That would be horrible, but yeah. And by the way, links in the description. Set up a Discord a few days ago if you're interested in talking outside of streams with Blazer fans and stuff like that. Go ahead and join that. Love to have you all in there.
Yeah, I joined it today too.
Yeah, I saw that. Good job. Guys, check the NBA Cup group draws. They announced those already?
Oh yeah, they did. The Blazer in the West Group C for this year's Emirates, which includes the Warriors, Lakers, Kings, and Spurs.
Or at the Spurs? Oh, that sucks. But Lakers are okay. Who else? Warriors?
Warriors, Lakers, Kings.
Kings are gonna suck.
Yeah, probably.
At least we got one crappy team in there.
Yeah.
I mean, we should have won the group last year. We blew that game against the Spurs. Got destroyed in that game. They didn't have Wemby and someone else.
Oh,
I think in
yeah.
that game, Wemby and Castle or something, and we got destroyed. Let's see what else.
Our official Blazers page has posted it now too.
Nice. That seems like way early.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Fanatics also asked if we think Joe has it in him to make another significant move, or you think we start the season with this roster just touched up. Once again, I don't know if Joe has it in him. I don't know. That's yet to be determined, I guess. But I think the bigger thing is, I think he has to make a move. And if I'm Tom Dundon, it's got to be like, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah.
If you don't make another move, like if you did this draw thing because you have a plan on how to add some depth at forward and it all works out, maybe you move one or two of the guards and everything's fine. I think you can definitely see the vision, but I don't see how he can survive just packing it in and calling it off season right now. I mean, obviously you just make one more move to sign at least one more player to the roster, but I don't see how you can not do anything else.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully there's one more significant move coming.
The West A group has Denver, Houston, Phoenix, Dallas, and Utah. I mean, that's not that tough of a group. Denver and Houston are good. Phoenix is okay. Dallas, I don't know. You have to be determined how Dallas is going to be. Utah's going to be way improved, but I don't know if they haven't going to make like a huge playoff type jump. But I mean, I guess that's pretty solid 5 groups.
So is Utah just gonna let Kessler walk then?
I don't know because they have matching rights, so
Yeah, that's
this
what I'm
could all be
wondering.
for nothing. They could just
Everybody's talking like he's gone, but it's like weird because I know he's restricted.
It's because they got Jaren Jackson in that trade, and then don't they have another big?
Markkanen, Jackson,
Yeah, Markkanen, Jackson,
and they just signed Nurkic back.
Yeah, I don't know.
Kyle Filipowski, kind of.
Along with the $5 donation, says, look forward to these free agent streams for many years. Glad you're still going strong, Eric. Other than Rui, who else should we target? Go Blazers. I still think Rui or Dean Wade would be fine. I don't know if there's a lot of other free agents that make sense in terms of like making a bunch of, or like giving a huge contract to. I don't know. Do you have any other free agents you would go after?
Not any that come in my top of my head.
I think maybe use that as a trade exception piece instead, but
I was interested in a Simons reunion until obviously we did what we did.
yeah.
If we were gonna trade
Makes
like a
no
lot
sense
for
now,
Brown,
yeah.
but it makes no sense now. I've seen people talk about Collins maybe. I guess that could be interesting. John
Zach
Collins, or John Collins, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, John Collins, like I said before, we signed Carlson, would have been a really good guy to have when Rob Will's not playing, but I mean, I still think it makes some sense, but him and Rui aren't the greatest defenders. So they provide a lot of other things, but not necessarily the defense. Whereas Dean Wade isn't as good of a shooter as those two guys, but is a way better perimeter defender. So Marv keeps on bringing Harrison Barnes. He re-signed with Dallas already, so he's not even available.
Yeah. Or San Antonio, but
Or San Antonio, yeah.
I know you meant.
Yeah.
There's Tobias Harris out there, but I don't know if I really want him either.
I mean, he's like in the Uruguay group. It'd be fine if we had him. Like, it's okay. I just wouldn't spend the time to get him. Kenrick Williams is available because he got let go by OKC. Kind of an undersized. Like, he's a forward, but he's like a little bit of an undersized forward. But I mean, he knows how to play. Be fine. Just those kind of moves are just like, they're not huge upgrades over what we have, and I think we're in a position with that MLE to finally get a player that does bolster our rotation. So I just don't want to. I don't want to just sign somebody just to sign somebody. I'd rather keep that and use it as a trade exception to get. I mean, we could get any player in the league under 15 million. So I'd rather keep that option open.
Yeah.
Zaire Williams is like, that's like a, I don't know if that's like, he's not a rotation player in a good team in my mind. So like, once again, it'd be fine to have him on the team, but I don't think you waste the one free agent asset you have on that. Not really waste, but you know what I mean? Like, you should be able to get a better player in the CBA with, you know, not every team even has the MLE, let alone a rotation spot on a good team. Like, there should be options available.
Yeah, at this point for me, it's like, as far as just free agents are concerned, it's like Rui's like the only one that intrigues me. And I don't even think he would choose us because I think it'd be kind of debatable. I mean, do you think it'd be debatable if he'd even start or not? Like, it's definitely a conversation.
Rui is not starting.
You don't think it's see? Like, I feel like he could easily start somewhere else.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I don't think there are many, if any, free agents that are coming here to start.
Yeah, that's true. So I don't think he would make
sense.
sense.
That was what I was saying about John Collins. I felt like if he was going to accept the mid-level exception and not more, there would be opportunities for him, including staying with the Clippers, where he could have a starting role or a much bigger role.
So I'm praying for a random trade, probably, that makes sense to balance the roster, not some guard or center or something.
Do I think it's more likely we sign a forward or trade for a forward? I think they need to do both. I think they need to trade a guard for a forward, if not two, and they need to sign a forward. I think that's your last two roster spots, or one roster spot from the outside and one from within. Yeah. In my opinion, they should. I mean, it depends on who that player is, but I still think they should go after PJ Washington, man. He'd be really good because he helps us on both ends of the court, and yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about.
Come on, guys. We all know that Dean Wade, 3 years, $20 million, going to be the last move of the offseason. I mean, if we can get Dean Wade for $6 million a year, I think that we'd take that. I mean, I don't want that to be our last move, but
yeah.
$6 or $7 million for him is pretty good. I'm worried we're going to give him 15. So, yeah. But yeah, if you sign D Wade for like $10 million, and let's just say you traded Scoot or Shaden for PJ Washington, that gives you 4 guards that you feel really good about. It gives you 4 forwards, Wade, Tamani, PJ, and Denny, that you feel great about. And then you have Robin Klingon as your center. That's a 10-man rotation that's super deep. You have basically almost a starting level lineup as your bench. And then you have some into the bench guys like Carlson now. You got City and Beat that can step in if we have injuries or you're resting players or whatever. You can keep some minutes down, I think, with that group. And, you know, some minutes you can play a guy 30 minutes. Some other nights you can play him 20 minutes and just kind of keep some of these older guys and injury-prone guys healthy, like we've done with Rob the last few years. I think that's like the best case scenario right now for me.
Scoot for Riche would not. I don't know if I could get there.
No, man. Riche was terrible last year. He's
Yeah,
like
he's
completely
just
out of the
not good.
rotation. Like that would be Rishisei is the guy like I just talked about with I forgot who I was talking about, but Zaire Williams is like a guy you take a flyer on if you're a
Rebuild
team that you can get for cheap, but he's not like you're not trading a rotation guy for him if you're a good team, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't even in the rotation on a good team.
No.
And it wasn't because of injury or anything. It was just because he was bad.
Riche for the MLE.
I mean, I don't know. Might be close, but I think he might fit into the MLE. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of a move we would have done a year or two ago, right?
Yeah.
Or 3.
I'm actually surprised the Hawks haven't traded him yet, though. I thought they were gonna
Yeah.
attach him in some kind of trade this offseason. Still early, but
Kimbo says, I think I take Tease over any free agent except for Collins, Rui, or Dean Wade. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily
yeah, I don't disagree.
think they should prioritize Tease, but I kind of agree with that a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kuminga, oh my lord.
I mean, I don't necessarily think Kuminga would be a bad signing. I know the Blazers inquired about him at the deadline before he got traded to Atlanta, but I don't know.
I just want a proven shooter, man.
Yeah. It's like Kennard would have been nice. I mean, let's be realistic with our scenarios. One Piece, the Hawks just got Devin Carter for free basically and drafted Kingston Flemings as their point guard of the future. They don't need to give up an unprotected first and the player they just drafted first last year for or 2 years ago for Scoot. No, David, I think you're reading way too much into it. He says, do you think the Blazers getting Ja is a sign they plan to load manage Dame next season? I think the plan could be to load manage Dame, but I don't think they got Ja because of that, because he's had his own injury problems recently. And so you could maybe say, oh, we have all these injured guards. They're not all going to be available at all the same time. But I don't think they're looking at it other than as simple as they got off Jeremy's contract, which they've been trying to do and haven't had any luck without having to attach first-round picks. And they got a player that's super talented that could have a rebirth or something in another city. So I don't think it's anything more complicated than that.
Well,
would you rather have Tease at $5 million or Dean Wade at double-digit annual value? I don't know. I kind of like Dean Wade at the 3 off the bench, so like I'd probably take him at $10 million over Tease at 5, but I think that's kind of a wash. Yeah. Are you out of here?
yeah, it sounds like my wife needs help out there, and it's
All right.
pretty late for me, or getting there.
Well,
So.
thank you so much. It was so fun to connect with you. Glad you were able to pop on, and definitely as long as Rich is having issues and not able to stream very much, we should definitely try to stream more often.
Yeah, just let me know. I mean,
I know it's kind of
yeah, schedule can be sporadic. So,
right.
but whenever I'm able to make it work, I'm down for sure. So just hit me up whenever you.
All right, and then yeah, for anyone who isn't aware, go search Crushables on YouTube here. Look up his channel. It's an awesome channel. Really fun videos with team rebuilds and stuff like that. So please go support Crushables, and everyone, let's give him a fist bump as he leaves. Thanks for joining us, Crush. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Good
Thanks
to catch
for
up.
having me.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, hopefully me signing out of here. Maybe some things start happening.
Yeah.
Maybe we get Trey Murphy when I sign off. Zach
Yeah.
Collins is going to Chicago as I'm about to leave here.
Going back.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Good for that.
Yeah. But all right, yeah. I'll see you guys another time. Thank you for having me again.
Yeah, thank you, Crush. See you later.
See ya.
All right. Once again, thanks to Crushables and to Rich for joining me today. It was awesome to have those guys. Let's see. Tag team co-host. Yeah, I know I messed up earlier by closing the window. We could have made that transition so much smoother. I apologize for that. So Zach Collins signs back with the Bulls. Yeah, I mean, once we signed Carlson, I thought Zach might have been a good person to add to the bench as like a third string center, but totally fine that they didn't miss out on it. 2 years, $17 million. That's not bad. Next, we'll Skype in 503. Yeah, I don't know what he's up to right now, but thanks, Joel Dandy. $217. Good for you, Zach. I mean, he did have some really good moments when he played for the Bulls. Now they obviously still, I know they got Nick Claxton, but they need some depth at the center position. So, yeah, not a bad, not a bad re-signing for them. Hope Zach works out, because how would I feel about adding Middleton? I would love to get Middleton for cheap, like a minimum contract or very little. I think it's all but done that he's going to be going to Miami. So, I mean, if he doesn't sign with Miami, sure, let's get Chris. I don't know how much he has left in the tank. Had some okay moments last year, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how much he would contribute, but I would rather sign him for cheap than Oubre or Tease or someone like that. We'll see. Marv says, "What do you think about Noah Clowney? 6'10", only 21." See, he's like a 4-5 guy, but he's still more of a mobile stretch 5 than he is like a true power forward, or at least power forward in today's NBA. I mean, he can play some power forward, so it wouldn't be bad, but just with the signings we've had already, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to trade for like a 4-5 combo center right now. But I like Clowney. I think he still has some potential as a stretch big slash. He actually has shown a little bit of off the dribble playmaking stuff, not a lot, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, he had maybe like a triple double or something, close to a triple double one game. But yeah, I don't know. Like, if you could get him for cheap, sure, but Blazers are kind of running out of roster spots to just get guys who don't provide the roles they need right now. Damani says, don't know if this has been asked before, but what does everybody think about us trying to get Kuminga? I like I said earlier, Kuminga is a guy they inquired about at the deadline. Didn't like the asking price, or didn't really have a good deal with the Warriors. But I mean, if you can get Kuminga for what they have available left, I think you do it. But he's not a great defender, and he's not a shooter. He can't shoot really, so yeah, I don't like his fit on this current roster. But if you're just adding like the most talented player you can get and hoping it pans out once again, that's fine. I think he's a terrible fit on this roster, but getting him at like 12 to 15 million versus what 24, 25 million that was the team option that they opted out of, I think is good value. I just don't like how the roster looks with him on it. Like the jaw thing just kind of messed a lot of those things up. He is a free agent. I'm just saying, before he got traded to the Hawks last year, the Blazers were in talks with the Warriors about him and Moody. But then, yeah, he ended up getting traded for Porzingis. What if we just don't shoot threes? I mean, that would be a bold strategy, but yeah. So Josh Okogie for the minimum. Here's the deal. The Blazers have 2 roster spots, right? 2 roster spots that they need to fill. They have 13 on the roster. They have 5 guards and nearly a full mid-level exception, okay? If you cannot get a better rotation player than Josh Okogie, you're not a good GM. Like, they have trade options and a decent amount of money we can offer teams. So settling for guys like Josh Okogie or things like that, I'm not like blaming you for the suggestion, David. I just getting another guy who only plays defense, can't shoot, and just strengthens our weaknesses, if that makes sense. So I don't understand what we're doing if that's acceptable. We need to be better, and I've outlined several ways we could get to more quality forwards right now that are actual starting level forwards. There's those guys available right there out there in the market, both in trades and in free agency. And if you don't come away with at least one of those guys, and you just waste your roster spots on guys who aren't going to solve any of your problems or weaknesses, including shooting, I don't know what we're doing. And so if you name a guy that's like a minimum contract guy that's a lights out shooter, I'll say sure. Like I can justify it by saying we need shooting. We have no shooting. Like, what this guy provides that, let's go for it. But just adding another defender, like, I just re-signed Matisse instead of Okogie. Like, I don't know why we do anything different. And like, Matisse has actually shown a willingness to shoot threes in recent years. Now it's a super small sample size because he's been injured, but he's actually been decent at shooting threes over the last 2 years. But Joe's going to sign Anton, Gary Trent Jr., and quadruple down on oops all guards. That's funny. How long will we be on LeBron watch? I don't know. I have a feeling LeBron's going to play it out for a few days, but I don't know. I mean, John Collins has been brought up several times, James. I think he's going to get more than the MLE, but even if he doesn't, I think he's going to take the MLE somewhere he's going to start. So I don't know if the Blazers can get him, but that is definitely someone they should have called and talked to. Oh, I wasn't blaming you for mentioning him, David. I'm sorry. Like, I didn't mean that. I'm just saying, like, this is the problem with, like, what like what happened last year. Like I said, it ended up working out for Joe because Dame became magically available. But the Larry says John Collins is so underrated. I think he's actually a little overrated, but that's just me. Yeah, like last year got super lucky with Dame just becoming magically available out of thin air with the Bucks' decision to stretch and waive him. And so, but like no one talked about how for days Joe completely whiffed on free agency. Didn't land a single target of his with that full mid-level exception after Ayton did us a huge favor and took less money so we'd have the full mid-level exception. So ended up working out with Dame, of course, but the thing is, like Cronin's got to prove that he can make a signing, and it doesn't have to be some huge name like free agent that Portland can't get. Like, I'm not asking for an unattainable free agent, but when you have the mid-level exception in the NBA, you should be able to get a quality rotation player. And when you have 5 guards and don't have the minutes for all of them because they're all rotation level guards, you should be able to trade one of them for a player at a different position that is maybe not as good, but is good enough in the role that they're coming into play. So if you can't, with the mid-level exception still and a trade asset between one of 5 players, obviously only 3 of those would probably be traded, but it's a situation where I don't see how Cronin can feel good about not improving that 3 and 4 backup positions without a huger trade, a bigger trade for a star coming in. And even so, like it would help to have, if we're trading 3 or 4 players out for one, it would help to have a quality rotation player added in free agency right now. And we completely sat out the draft too. We signed one guy to an Exhibit 10 contract, wasn't even a full 2-way contract. Might pan out into a 2-way, but like we completely just passed on trying to improve the team. Thanks, Matt. Trying to improve the team via draft or young players or anything like that, which was probably by design. But then you got to figure it out with free agency. You got to actually hit on someone, or you got to make a trade, and that mid-level exception can be used as a trade exception right now too with the new CBA. So there's absolutely no excuse with how many teams are looking to shed players just for salary purposes right now, or have done that over the past few weeks. There really has to be some sort of standard of you need to get a quality rotation player with the assets you have available. So I don't know. Oh, so Cam says it's hard to do this when this is the time Cronin plants seeds. I thought the seeds were planted at the deadline for the off season, and then the off season's planted for the deadline, and then the deadline you just plant more seeds for the off season. But I don't know if you necessarily plant seeds right now. If he's planting seeds, he's doing it wrong. Super close to signing a bunch of people, but super duper win now, man. Cronin planting a whole forest. High velocity pivot. Pivot. Man, I guess we got that. I asked for something else to happen. We got Zach Collins. I don't know if he'd be a horrible farmer. He sure would plant a volume of seeds. He'd be afraid to pick them, though. Be afraid to harvest his crop. Yeah. Man. There hasn't even been like one cool signing. I mean, what, Tim Hardaway Jr. and Luke Kennard are the biggest signings? Am I missing a bigger one than those two? I mean, usually you have a little bit bigger story or rumor or something on the first night. But it's been like all kinds of just really minimal moves or signings, and everyone's like waiting for the bigger guys to sign. So. Hypothetical scenario, what's your reaction to LeBron to Portland? I mean, I would be stoked. It'd be cool just to see him play for the Blazers and to have him choose the Blazers, but there's no chance of that happening. Yeah, and I know the free agency class kind of sucked as well, but I mean, there is LeBron. There are some big names. There's still going to be trades along with free agency. Yeah. So the plan is just going to be kind of from after I sign off here, to kind of wing it these next few days. Might do a stream tomorrow night to kind of wrap up all the signings that happen, if there are any. I mean, if it's a bunch of minor ones like this with no Blazer signings, I don't know if I'll be back on. But as long as there's some decent signings, probably come on and react to all those tomorrow. Obviously, if the Blazers sign anyone or make a trade at any point, I'll be on. So definitely be here for that. And then just kind of see how many moves in general in the NBA. If it's a night like tonight, and it never really picks up steam until something big happens, we'll see. But there's not an end date to it, Elemental. It's July 6th is when all these things can be official, but the actual deadline to sign someone never ends. Like it can bleed into the regular season, basically all the way to the trade deadline. Dean Wade is gone. Oh, glad he didn't sign off yet. 4 years, $39 million. So he doesn't even get $10 million a year. Man. So that was a player that Portland had been rumored to go after. I mean, I'm not sad he's gone, but I mean, the Blazers could have offered him slightly more money than that. And like I said, he's a rotation player on a good team. Obviously, it was a rotation player on a conference finals team, but a guy who can defend and shoot a little bit. I mean, not the greatest shooter, but he would have been a very capable bench rotation player for the Blazers that didn't cost them anything defensively. So yeah, I mean, not the end of the world that he's gone, but as more and more of these guys go off the table or sign for price tags we could have easily matched, it's just going to question further how we're going to get those forward depth pieces and balance out the roster. But congrats to Dean Wade on getting that contract. I think that's actually less. I don't know if Alex is still around, but isn't that less than he got on his last contract with Cleveland? But yeah, that's a good move for. It's a good move for Philly. I was looking at their roster earlier today, and man, it's crazy. They have like obviously Embiid and Paul George, Maxey and Edgecombe, and then they have the rookies or that Phylon that they just drafted. It wasn't on their roster yet, but then it was all like $2 million guys, like really cheap filler guys, and so that's crazy. Money is about the same as the last deal. I thought he signed like a 345 or something like that. I might have been mistaken, but maybe it was 4. Landon says he wouldn't have liked that contract for Portland. Doesn't give enough on offense to justify a 4-year deal at that price tag. Yeah, totally understandable. But they still need some depth at forward. So, yeah. Grimes is expected to sign with the Lakers. That doesn't mean he will. So, like, he could still be a guy. I know he can play some at the 3, but he's really a 2 guard. So, like, that's tough to have the Blazers. It's tough to have the Blazers, like, in the mix for those kind of guys when they need to sort out their own guard rotation. Now, maybe if you trade Scoot and Sharp, he'd be fine, like it's a 2-3 backup. But like I said, it's expected that he's going to go to the Lakers. So, okay, that was less than I thought, Alex. My ideal end of roster for Portland, like end of the offseason roster, I think it's trading for PJ Washington. And I mean, maybe now you go for PJ Washington and Najee Marshall, and then you have them as your backup 4-3. Yeah, I don't know. I like PJ Washington as he's the perfect mix of decent offensive player, good defender, has some experience in the playoffs. I think he would fit in really well with this roster currently. I think him and Ja would be good together. Him and Dame would be good together. So yeah, I think he's like, it's not like a super splashy move. Like obviously if they make a huge trade for a star, that would be cool too. But I think you balance out the guards with him, and I think that really helps your kind of rotation balance out. And then you'd still have some money left, whether, like I said, you could use part of that mid-level exception to bring Najee back, or, you know, use that to try to find another option at the 3, backup 3, or maybe just resign to Thibault. But I don't really like settling for less than that. David's asking if I'm worried about how we need to create cap space next summer to renegotiate and extend Denny. A lot of national writers are questioning why we're not setting this up yet. I am not worried at all. Not one bit. Denny is going to get way more in an extension from Portland than any other team. So it's possible we lost him for nothing, sure. But, I mean, the Blazers are in a position where they can't offer him more without doing that, and I think that's too difficult to pull off to offer him the amount we would need to get under the cap. Like, it's just almost impossible to do. So I just think you continue to build a good relationship with him, and you kind of placate towards him over the next 2 years and offer him the max extension in 2 years when his contract's up, and hope he resigns. And short of that, there's nothing really you can do about it, because it's too tough. It's too tough to get that far under the cap. And his contract, while being insanely valuable right now, it makes it impossible to extend him for what we need to extend him for. So, yeah. The Mavs did sign Matisse to an offer sheet a couple years ago, but as a whole different front office there now. They got Ujiri and Mike Schmitz. Now maybe one of them likes Tease, so they would still like him, but I don't know. Burberry Prince says, I predict we sign Tease to the minimum and call it an off season. Not gonna lie, I can almost guarantee we'd sign him for more than the minimum if we re-signed him. We do have bird rights, yeah. But yeah, I think that's a good move for, I like that move for Philly. You get a good defender. They just need some depth at the forward position. I think it looks like Oubre's meeting with a bunch of teams, so he's probably gone. Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna go like 2 more minutes, see if anything happens, and then probably sign off. Like I said, if something big shakes down, whether it's NBA wise or definitely if anything small or big happens with the Blazers, I'll pop back on tonight, tomorrow, whatever day that happens. And then, like I said, moving forward, just kind of depends on how active free agency is to see how many streams I do the rest of the week. But man, it's been another fun stream, going at almost 5 hours here. And yeah, thanks to Rich and Crushables there for popping on. And yeah, just really excited to talk to those guys. Really excited that the Blazers have options. Now, whether they take advantage of those options is yet to be seen. But yeah. Come on, last second one. Or is it going to happen like right after I sign off? Just we got the Dean Wade one. I didn't stream 18 hours when GP2 signed. We streamed for like 7 or 8 hours, and then we signed off. I went to McDonald's to get food because it was kind of late, and I got back from McDonald's. I was gone like 10 minutes, and we had signed Gary Payton, and so yeah, we popped on for another like 2 or 3 hours. But yeah, so it was probably closer to 10, not 18, but it was pretty crazy. Obi Toppin. I mean, Toppin's okay. I don't know. I'm not trading. I don't think Pacers need a point guard either, but I'm not trading Scoot or Sharp for Toppin. I mean, I wouldn't mind him. It's just, I think if I'm not mistaken, he makes a little too much for to like trade into the MLE, and I think I don't know what the Pacers think of him. I was only making 14, so maybe they could make it work. Maybe. That's an interesting option. I don't necessarily like his. It's kind of in that Rui, John Collins range in terms of defense. Not great, but yeah, I could get on board trading for Toppin if it didn't cost more than a few seconds or something. I wonder if the Pacers would be interested in Tease at all. I wonder, like a Tease sign and trade. Just barely fits. Hey, that's. I'll give you this, Marv. That was the best suggestion in terms of using that MLE on a player for a trade purpose that I've seen in chat today. So good job, right at the buzzer. Yeah. Might as well. I mean, got 5 minutes or 4.5 minutes till the stream makes it to 5 hours. So might as well make it a 5-hour stream and sign off right at 5 hours. Yeah. If you haven't already subscribed to this channel, this is where I'm going to be putting out all my content and doing streams with Rich and others. I've had some guest people on here now. Had 503 Blazer fans from Twitter on here a couple weeks ago. It was really fun to talk to him. Had Rich and Crushables obviously on today. And then, yeah, there's a bunch of people who I'd love to talk with on here. So have some other guests on here soon. And so yeah, if you're not subscribed, would love to have you subscribed and join us here at Rip City Retro. And appreciate everyone who leaves a like on the streams as well. Really helps us out. Just get noticed and stuff like that. So really grateful for all of you for supporting this move to being more independent, and it's been fun for me just to go at kind of my own pace, not really have someone I have to clear things with or anything, and just being able to kind of run things how I want to run them, and been really enjoyable for me to do. At the same time, it's been kind of crazy today, streaming for 5 hours. It was good to have a couple guests. The stream yesterday went 4 hours. It did not feel like 4 hours because of just the whole jaw thing. But it is kind of crazy to just sit here and talk for 4 or 5 hours with no bathroom breaks, no commercial breaks, nothing. So if you're watching this back, you probably see some commercial breaks, but those aren't actual breaks for me. But also quick shout out to everyone who super chatted today. Poke Elias, Rare Nathan, Trevor Schindler, Free Throw Guy, Carter Dick, Josh Sargent, and Malam. Man, shout out to you guys for donating to the channel. And even if you didn't donate, I'm never going to be one of those people who expects people or feels entitled to donations. It's just, if that's something you want to do, be my guest. I will never fault anyone for not wanting to donate money to me. So appreciate you all. And yeah, I still have 1 minute left before we sign off. Can we get a signing at the buzzer? Let's see. Someone break some news for me. Shams, come on. Do something. I need that, really. I need that meme of Oh, she was just adjusting in the chair. It sounded like she was farting. I need that meme of I need to put that on the screen with the stick figure poking something with a stick and says do something. My family's just sitting down to eat dinner, having breakfast for dinner tonight. Looks delicious. Gonna have some bacon and eggs. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining me for the last 5 hours or for part of the 5 hours. Watching this back later. I'll try to go through and figure out what the timing was on the Blazers signing Brendan Carlson. Jake Fisher's latest tweet has Rob Will's contract details. What is that? What were the details there? What were the contract details? Was there a player option or anything? I'm gonna go to that real quick. Right in my outro. Non-guaranteed based on... Whoa. That's actually kind of surprising. That's actually surprising. Let me read this off to you guys. Jake Fisher. I don't see it for oh, there it is. It's under the Dean Wade thing. Okay. All right, so Jake Fisher is reporting in Portland. I'm told Robert Williams' extension is fully guaranteed at $14 million for this season, but just $5 million guaranteed in year 2, which becomes fully guaranteed if he plays 50 games this season. Then year 3 is entirely non-guaranteed, but becomes fully guaranteed if Williams plays 50 games in 27-28. That is interesting. I'm surprised that not only did Rob Will sign for that amount, but he signed for basically the Micah Nori contract. No. Yeah, but that's a great deal for Portland because they only have to pay him if he's healthy, and if he's not, they could get out of the contract or they could keep him if they like him and want to keep him. So he obviously really wanted to come back, and he believes in himself that he's going to play 50 games. He played 60 this year, so I'm really surprised he didn't test the market for a guaranteed contract like that. But that's a really... I said earlier, I think it was a little bit of an overpay, but that was the cost of doing business. Like, they had to do it. But that's a great contract for the Blazers. As you reward him if he's healthy and he gives you minutes and games played, and if not, you have an out of his contract if you're not comfortable with his legs moving forward. So, great signing. Good job for Cronin for getting Rob to agree on those terms. Shout out to Rob for wanting to be here enough to accept that kind of contract to where he believes in Portland, believes in himself, and hopefully he plays enough to get paid because he deserves it, and I hope he has some health. But I think that's a great contract for him. I cannot believe he signed that before testing the market to see if a team would give him a 4-year, $60 million deal fully guaranteed or something. But good for him, man. really happy for Rob, really happy for the Blazers that they're able to retain him. So I don't think this is media slander worthy. It's I know people are going to spin it that way. I was kind of joking earlier, but I think this is kind of what I was talking about. From a player's perspective, we're excited when players sign this kind of contract. If a coach signs it, it's like the worst thing ever. But really good job by Cronin and Rob. Glad to have him back. It's going to be cool having him off the bench still this year. And good way to end the stream. So once again, thank you to everyone for watching. This has been the Rip City Retro coverage of NBA Free Agency Day 1. I'll be back if anything happens of significance or to recap a bunch of moves tomorrow. And once again, thank you to everyone for joining me. Really appreciate you all. Blazers fist bump on the way out.